right. I spent roughly the last hour pretty much working nonstop on my audio issues. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. Let's see here. I'm gonna unmute myself on a second screen here. I honestly don't know. All right. Let me message a friend here real fast. Let me make sure that the audio is actually working this time around before I start up again. Messaging a couple of friends here. Maybe one of them will respond. Just want to make sure we can actually hear something before we get things started. I gotta say, even though I've only streamed for like literally an hour, my throat is already a little bit rough. I do feel like I'm going to have to basically just keep practicing, keep streaming until I basically essentially get used to streaming. Need a quick confirmation that the audio is fine. The video I can see, but I am not hearing anything when I turn the audio up myself. So that's what has me a little bit worried. Like, I spent literally the entire day yesterday working on this audio issues with somebody else. And then today I decided to hit the update button and it got rid of so many settings. So I did check the VOD. In the VOD, you can hear me just fine. So that's not the issue. The issue is when I have my essentially second monitor playing and it's not muted, I'm not hearing anything. So that's what has me worried. Literally none of my friends are responding. This is awful. Awful. Yeah, I don't hear any audio. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and close the stream since nobody can hear me. That's set up properly. Let's see, filters. I think. Does it have noise suppression on? Doubt it. Let's just delete this and try again. Because there is sound happening. Testing. Is this any difference? Testing. Any difference? Oh my god! I think I actually heard myself. I think I finally fixed it. Oh, that's starting to echo. All right. We got this show on the road. All right. We got this show on the road. All right. Okay, that's not acceptable though. All right, let's just. That's not acceptable though. All right, there we go. I muted my second screen. Excellent. Let's actually continue our romp on across the obelisk. Now, the VOD itself, the audio worked on the VOD itself. It wasn't working on stream live, but it was working on the VOD. So I'm not going to essentially recap what I've already said and already went over. I'm just going to continue from there. So switching over here to across the obelisk screen. And it's not switching. Why isn't it switching? Man, you can tell I'm a professional streamer. Just everything working seamlessly. There we go. Successful switch. Thank you all together. Is it still echoing? Because I hoped I fixed it. Excellent. I'm going to assume nope means that it is no longer echoing. Excellent. You were saying click, click, click goes to keyboard. So let me type a little bit. How does this sound? Can you hear my keyboard still? If you can, keyboard's still going. So I'm not going to fix the keyboard issue at the moment. I figured most of the time streamers don't need to use their keyboards. So I assume for the keyboard I need to add some type of noise gate, but we're not going to worry about that. So we're going to continue our adventures with our level 1 beginner party. Lower the camera just slightly down. There we go. Our terrible, terrible cards. And I want to thank my friends very kindly for helping me to fix my audio issue. Don't you just love it when you fix the camera? And then as soon as you let go, it bounces back up. All right, let's get a heal on the big boy. Let's get more heals on the big boy. Let's see what card this guy's gonna play. He's gonna heal himself for a whole bunch, but he's not gonna do any damage, so he's just gonna die. But not by Andron apparently. But Magnus. Oh nope, we got the big heavy attack. Total overkill, 34 damage. What's up? Ooh, applies 4 stacks of vulnerable. This means that basically whatever gets hit by this will take 20% more damage from everybody. So we're gonna take that. Blade Dance, hit every monster and apply a tiny bit of poison. We're gonna take that as well. Hit every monster and apply a bit of cold. Now, if you see here, it says it reduces speed by 1 for every 5 charges. So this 1 cold does basically nothing. Let's see. The only thing better than that is your son pulling you out of a job interview with bad behavior. Oof. Yeah. The last thing you want when you're applying for an interview, especially if it's an online interview, is distractions of essentially any types. It's just the worst. All right. These cards are just mediocre, so we're going to skip through them. And the Scared Pigman. You enter a small chapel near the forest border. It appears to have been recently looted. You hear a noise behind some benches, and then a trembling voice says, Oink! Are they gone? Oink! Yager wants to eat me. He sent his werewolves for me. Please, please, Oink, help me. Defeat Yager so I can leave this chapel. I am a very capable priest, and I will help you in your future travels. Oink. A scared pig man is dressed as a holy priest. Let's see. We can accept it. You promise to help the priest and ask him where to find this Yager he talks about. Otis, calm down. What are you doing here? Are you sure it was Yager who did this? Seems like Magnus knows who the pigman is. Or Decline. You tell the supposed priest that you don't have time for his delusions. My favorite part is that Magnus clearly knows who this guy is. He knows him by name. He knows who Yager is. And your option is just like, this supposed priest. Oh. Alright. Magnus, thank God it's you. You gave me quite a scare, oink. I came back when I found out my pigman brothers were being recruited into a strange cult. So I settled in this chapel, oink. And now I do sermons to dissuade them from joining the cult. Very important, kids. Don't join cults. Quick, put this apple in your mouth and we'll start up a bonfire. Oof. Wait, that reminds me of a very famous movie by a very famous mouse. I'm not gonna say what the movie was, and I'm not gonna say who the mouse is, but I feel like that's enough information. Let's see. Yager found out and sent his werewolves after me. He's still obsessed with eating me. Please help me, Magnus. Yager leads his werewolves from the bandit camp in the north of the forest. I have some things here that they didn't find. Take what you need. So my favorite thing about this is that this is basically starting a quest. We are picking up this quest. It's giving us information of what we need to do. It's giving us background on not only the characters in our party, but future characters and of the world they live in. There is so much minor lore development here. And most importantly, we're getting gear. My favorite thing to do is get some gear. So for our frontline tank, we're going to take the highest amount of resistance. For our basically range DPS, we're going to take this because it says cast Pebble Throw and this says deal 4 range damage. Perfect synergy. Where is it? There it is. For our mage, we could take something that reduces how much damage she's going to take. That seems optimal just because this is already taking up her ring slot. And for our healer, quote unquote, he is going to take something that's going to increase his damage. I don't know about you, but he's been spending more time dealing damage than healing, so we're going to go ahead and choose that. Exactly. Just so much lore, and now that we have the quests, we see the quests here. You promised to the priest that you will deal with Yager at the bandit camp. Now, if I remember correctly, it was the supposed priest. We're still questioning that. Healers are a myth. Exactly. Alright, so because we have this quest, we now see the question mark up here. We have an idea of where to go. We couldn't just not follow this path that will take us to the bandit camp. We could just go this way and just ignore it. But we're going to go ahead and do it for this time around. Ooh, more money. This time the enemies gain +2 cold damage. And I don't believe they deal any cold damage to begin with, so that's not a big deal. They're going to take some cold damage resistance, so Evelyn's going to be screwed a little bit. And when a hero plays a card, they'll suffer 2 chill. So as long as they don't play 3 cards, they're actually not going to suffer any penalties. But, you know, it is something that we're not going to beat this battle by playing less than 3 cards. So we're just going to have to suffer a little bit. You don't need healers as much as damage prevention. They can't hurt you if they are dead. That is correct. If we can kill them first, there's no one to kill us. Now, let's see. From experience, I know that this is basically a mage type monster, and this is basically a tank type monsters. But let's say we didn't have that experience ahead of time. We can get an idea from not only how she looks, as she's looks like she's holding a staff, but also from her resistances. Excuse me. Her physical defenses are much lower than this guy's physical defense. So we're actually going to go ahead and focus her with any cards that allow us to do so. So this one just hits front monster, so we don't have much choice here. Monster in second spot is a floor tank. Hopefully. See, Magnus can only hit the frontliner, so not much choice here. In which case, he's just going to focus on defending. This monster is immune to bleeding, and this attack pretty much only is for the bleed, so we're just going to not play that. Spread some defenses around, as you said. Damage prevention. They have a decent amount of cold resistance, but we have no other cold cards, so what can we do? See, here's the problem. I'm splitting my damage right now, and most of my people can only hit the frontliner anyways. So I think I'm actually just going to focus on the frontliner. And yes, this I guess was a bit of a misplay, dealing a little bit of damage here, but it shouldn't be too big a deal. Let's see here. Give some more defenses to our frontliner. Fire Blast is the best type of damage prevention. Indeed it is. If only we had a stronger Fire Blast and not just a starter one. Oh, look at this. Andrin has been affected with a slowdown, so he is no longer going first next round. Oh, never mind, still going first. Magnus also got slowed. Let's see here. Heal everybody for one, allies and enemies included. Gonna go ahead and try to finish off this enemy frontliner and get a little bit of healing onto himself. Just because it's slightly higher on himself than it is on Evelyn. There's the free pebble. Let's see if we can. We cannot. We don't do enough damage to take out the trunk boy. So let's see if every enemy is going to go before we go. So we're going to focus on essentially getting us healed back up afterwards. Alright, beat us up. Let's see what happens. Oh, the enemies are healing too. This is awful. Yes, I'm doing a base run. I have bought 0 cards. I did do a single divination, but I only had 200 gold, so not very much there. And I reset my perks back down to 0. When you highlight Evelyn, she looks like the Hulk. Alright then. Not sure if that means she's turning green or something, but there it is. Look at this. 28 damage, 28 health. I call that a match made in heaven. Goodbye, good sir. Let's get 1 energy here, which should be enough for us to put defenses up on everybody. A drink. Now that the front line tank is out of the way, let's go ahead and blast the next line. See, starting a new save file probably would have been a better idea. So I don't want to delete my old save file, right? Because I have a lot of progress and such. The game has 3 here. Let me finish this fight and then I'll show you. Let's get some AoE damage. Oh, I do not want to use these big heavy attacks for 2 health of damage, so I'm just gonna poke the girl in the back. Do not poke girls in their backs. That is not proper. I should have killed her. Ow, ow, ow. See, this is what I get for ignoring her. Ow. Stop it, please. I might die here. It's a little embarrassing, but this is what happens when you make stupid choices. Stop. See, that said ramp. Okay, it said middle, so technically, I had a chance of hitting her, but still, that was very unlucky. Let's see. So it's actually not the worst thing ever if Evelyn dies. I get to show you guys what happens when somebody dies. But we are going to see if Reginald can save the day by healing her. Heal for 6. Heal for 10. Alright, she is no longer immediately dying. She still might die, but maybe not. We'll have to find out. Andrin, please, you need to kill one of these people. I can't take any more damage, Andrin. He's immune to bleed, so that's not going to do very much damage. So let's just go ahead and strike him up. I just opened my own 3 game slots, shared game files. Exactly. This is going to do 21 damage. So let's go ahead and hit him for this one. It's a little bit less damage, but it sets him up to be killed by Evelyn, who is holding on by a thread. 2 health left. This is... Ooh, look at that. That's enough to kill. Spending 0 mana. I'll take that. Curse of Agony on the girl. Cold Spark for 0 mana, of course. I think if we slow her down, we may be able to have Evelyn go... Nope, no we can't. Oh, here's the heal. Hold strong, girl. Keep fighting. We're doing Animal Crossing New Horizon style. Can you finish this? You cannot. It's all up to you, Magnus. Cut her down. Easy. Look at that. We're all full health. No one even took any damage. This whole time we were all just pretending. Camouflage features a new mechanic and we haven't seen yet. Basically stealth and sharp. We haven't seen either mechanic. Stealth allows us to become invisible. It makes us untargetable. But most importantly, each stealth charge provides an additional 20% damage and healing. Now, he doesn't have any healing, but 40% more damage for the next attack. Very nice. +1 sharp also increases the damage for our attacks by 1, so also very nice. Let's see, what else can we grab here? Nothing good here. Nothing great. Let's go story time. In the forest, you found a large open space that seems like the perfect place to rest a bit before continuing our journey. Yes, we need a little bit of resting. As you go to set up camp, you notice a group of werewolves camping. They see you and offer to share the camp. One of them also says to you, "Hey, do you want to share some stories from your travels with us while we rest?" Let's see. Leave. Screw these strangers. Vaguely ask them you want to reach the Obelisk, 60%. I'll tell them a story about the Wolf Wars. I hope they don't recognize me. 30%. Except, tell them how you helped someone named Raoul. Oh, this is from our earlier chance where we saved them from the campfire. This is perfect. Let's go ahead and tell them the story of Raoul. They tell you that Raoul is good friends with them and that his brother has a stall near here. They also tell you that they discovered that the Dryads have a large stash in the forest deeps where they keep all the items of dead adventurers who got lost in the forest. Okay then. So now we have a choice. We can head towards the werewolf stall, or we can continue to help the scared pigman. Look at this. Branching paths. For now, we're going to go ahead and continue with the pigman. Though before we do this, I'm going to go ahead and back out. So if we click play here, we can see we can have 3 concurrent games, so I can start a new game right now. But all the games share the same, basically, background save data. Even the changes we made to perks are still in this pre-setup. There is a way we can delete all our information or save file. Reset tutorial, that's not it. But, oh, here we go. Reset account data. Warning, this option will remove all account progress, save games, unlock cards, etc. I'm just not brave enough to hit the button, so I am not going to. But it's lovely to see that we can close the game, we can start a new file if we really wanted to, and when we feel like it, we can come back to our game, no problem. This is a convenience feature. This does not take away from the roguelike element. This is something that every roguelike should have. And I applaud Across the Obelisk and the creator of Across the Obelisk for having these features. Let's see. Developer Dreamsight Games. I applaud it 100%. So let's see. I'm just too I'm a little bit too scared. I don't want to get a game over. I understand that I'm playing basically hard mode by having no special cards and no perks, but because I don't want to get a game over, I'm just gonna not take the corruption to make the enemies even stronger. All right, let's see here. This guy in the back definitely seems like he's gonna be a healer. However, we are just so bad at attacking not the front line that we're just I feel like we should just go all in and just focus out the front line. The other thing that can be done if you are good with programming is saving the save file outside of the site folder, then remove them after, make some copies. All right, I'm getting slightly confused at what you're saying, but I understand the context of what you're saying. Basically, go to where the game saves the data, make a copy, delete it from the original location so that the game no longer reads your saved data. And when you're done recording or when you're want to go back to your save file, you just load that back up. That's basically the gist of what you're saying, and I agree. It is an excellent option. Maybe it's something I should have done, but the world will never know. Let's see, Reginald's getting a little bit beat up here, so we gotta focus on him getting healed up. There we go. And give some defenses to Magnus. Something to note here is this defense provides both block, which gets removed at the end of the round, and it provides shield, which converts into block at the start of the round. So shield is basically block for next turn. Very useful considering that Reginald pretty much has the slowest speed and always goes last. Thank you so much for checking my Audio Altogether Games. He is a streamer as well, pretty entertaining one. So if you ever see Altogether Games online, do check them out. Have a great one. All right, let's just continue focusing the front line here. We only have a single energy, so we're not going to be able to do a huge attack. But 14 damage is not the worst. This 15% damage taken for the enemies. Give her some defense and literally play all my cards. 20 health left to go. Ooh, he is pumping himself up. Gotta make sure to take him out before he actually does any damage. Now this deals damage equals to the number of cards in my hand. I haven't covered this yet, but Spark deals 1 damage at the start of that person's turn to the people around him. So it does not deal damage to himself, just to the other enemies there. So we're going to go ahead and Spark this middle guy. And then we're going to Frostbolt. We don't actually need to blast this guy anymore because he's going to bleed to death. Although this guy we know is a healer. So we're not going to risk it. We're just going to take him out right now. And let's see if that paid off. Let's see if this guy's about to heal. After Reginald gets a chance to heal. Oh, he's just going to be a little bit selfish and focus on healing himself. Alright. Deal some damage. Deal some damage. Alright, I miscalculated that. If I had used Sight on this guy, I would have known that he was just going to deal damage, but I didn't. So I didn't know. Hit both of them. Let's see. Ooh, the Heavy Strike is back. And I don't think I'll have enough mana to play anything but Heavy Strike. Actually, I can confirm that. I'll have 4 mana. So let's keep a Fast Strike as well. Ouchies. That's a good 20 damage on Magnus. Let's see here. I feel like using Heavy Strike on the first guy is a little bit overkill. So let's use Heavy Strike on the second guy. Bring him down to everybody's level. First strike the first guy. And we're gonna pray that Evelyn is able to essentially take them both out. These attacks are not doing very much damage. So let's just go ahead. Zap this guy. And we're going to take out the healer in the back because he is the only one who still has a turn. So Andrin is going to go before this guy. So what we're going to do is actually pass the turn here. I'm going to focus on healing. I'm not going to get any healing done. So if I pass the turn here, Andrin will heal for 1 because I just gave him 1 regeneration. It is the weakest heal of all time, but it's better than nothing. Huge number of attacks. We got a purple Anthem of Hope. This is a pretty powerful effect. The Courage effect reduces how much Holy, Shadow, and Mind damage we take by 30%. It affects all heroes, so this is quite powerful. Inspire lets people draw a card, and for only 1 mana. Definitely think this is worth it. The other options, though, not great. I think I'm going to skip the rest. I know him. He served under me in the Wolf Wars. Maybe I can reason with him. Let's see. Fresh meats. As the priest told you, Yager is here. You can clearly see a big werewolf in the middle of the camp, yelling and giving orders to other werewolves. He immediately notices your presence and looks at you with a mocking face. Time to honor your promise and to the priest and kill him. The butcher of Senethia has terrorized this forest for far too long. Running away now would only make things worse. Well, well, well. If it isn't Captain Magnus in the flesh. Do you think your fancy words would change me? I see you're still as foolish as ever. You don't seem to remember who gave you that scar. This time, I will kill you and take the Wolf Slayer with me. Fortunately, you had time to prepare for combat while he spoke. Now, I love this because take the Wolf Slayer with me. And what is the Wolf Slayer? If we go here to Magnus, check out his cards, check out his level ups, check out his equipment. The Wolf Slayer is his weapon. All damage increased by 1. And at the combat start, a random hero draws a card. So he wants to take Magnus's sword. You never want to take somebody else's sword. It's just rude. Alright, we got this. 1v1. Let's jump this guy. Slash him up. Look at this. 24 damage. Captain's Howl, bring him down to 15% damage reduction. Lovely. Start cutting him up. Make him bleed all the way up to 10. Everybody's a little bit beat up, but I think we got this. Alright. Still going to focus on healing, so Evelyn's going to give her energy up to Reginald. Going to generate some energy for herself. She's going to gain 4 energy next round. Very nice. And give some defense to Magnus. Alright, what do you got for us, big boy? Oh no, he's summoning reinforcements. And making them very tanky. Fair. It's fair. If this was a 1v1 versus Magnus and Yager, then maybe you wouldn't need the reinforcements. But this isn't a 1v1. This was a 4v1. So him making it a 4v3. Can't argue with that. Let's give a barrier to Reginald to make sure he doesn't just randomly die. Spread out these foresights so we can see what they're about to do. So if we focus fire Yager, the fight will end immediately. But the question is, are we able to do this when most of our cards only affect the front enemy? And I don't believe we can. So let's just go ahead and try doing some damage to this front guy. We're going to actually save our mana here, so we have 3 mana unspent. We're going to pump up to 6 next round. Just going to hold on to that for a bit. Nice. Get some AoE attack going. A little bit of poison as well. Some energy for this round. We can attack somebody else, but like I said, we're just going to focus out the front guy. +4 sharpen. That's a bit much. Oh no. He's doing to us what we did to him. Oh, that brutal 15 heal. We are not doing very much damage, so let's see here. Just focus on taking out this front guy. Focus on keeping Magnus alive. Good chunk of damage. Alright, there goes one. Let's heal. We have 4 mana, so we'll heal himself for 1 and we'll heal Magnus for 1. I understand that Evelyn is a lot more beat up than Magnus, but I feel like if Magnus goes down, we'll be in bigger trouble than if Evelyn goes down. Basically have no mana to spend here. Giving all our people +1 speed probably will not change the turn order. So let's just go ahead and hit him with a Rupture. Still got to break this defense. Still got to remove this bleed. Magnus getting shredded up. Focus on defense or focus on damage? This is a tough choice. So I think I'm going to focus on defense. Apply that nice bleed onto him, but overall, oh no. Only 18 health left on Magnus. We still got 150 health to go. So here's what it's going to happen. If I end up getting a game over here, that is only doing a single damage. That is not impressive. But yes, if I end up getting game over here, I'll pretty much open up start a new game with better perks. We'll actually get some cards bought, and you guys can see firsthand a little bit better of how the game feels once you have not only better cards in your deck, but also the full usage of the perk system. Now, a complaint can be made that characters are a little bit too weak without perks and cards. I have seen videos of people being able to still win just fine even without perks and such, but not only do you need to know what you're doing, but you need to... Well, there goes Evelyn. 40 damage. Oh, and he's summoning more people. That's not good. Alright. But yeah, the point I was making is that this game can be very harsh when you have basically nothing. Now, if I get a game over here, I'll still get experience. I'll still get account development. So even if I were to lose because the game was too hard, it's okay because I'm still making myself a little bit stronger for next time. But it is a fair thing to say that the game by default is a little bit hard without these what feels like almost necessary perks. And so we're just going to keep going until we die. I should say almost necessary because once again, I have seen videos of people who know how to, who really understand the system being able to do just fine. But people who are, I'm not going to say new to, even if you're a decent player of roguelikes, I don't think it matters that much because you still don't know which are the good cards. Like it just takes a little bit of time, right? Once you get used to this specific system, you'll do fine. But until then, you're just at a disadvantage. Yeah, I don't see myself lasting much longer here. Reginald is down to a single health. Can't afford his big nuke card. He has to heal himself or else he'll just die. Throw that up. heroes. Okay, so he's no kill shot there. Can I get a quick slice, please? Kindly. 94 health left. Correction, 80 health left. There goes Reginald. 1v1 me, Andrin. I also want to mention that a fairly nice feature is that we have the option to reload the combat, basically start it over again. So if you just felt like it was bad RNG, that the reason you lost, you can try again. But if it wasn't bad RNG, if your deck just isn't capable of winning, then you could try all day, you're not going to win. So I do like this feature. Now, maybe I could have won if I had played cards a little bit differently, if I played a little bit more aggressive or a little bit more defensive, but we're not going to worry about that. I'm just going to take the loss here and it's fine. Oh my gosh, look at that. 1 health! No way! Yager survives with 1 health. See, look at that. Do you want to retry this combat? No, no, I don't. I understand that 1 health, I maybe could have done it, but I want to show off other aspects of the game. So here's the final score. This would essentially be experience that we gained. We will also have 1,000 gold and 1,000 crystals, 1,500 crystals to move on into the next gameplay we have. So if we go back to the main menu, start a new adventure. This time we're going to pick basically, I don't want to take the time to set up everybody's perks. So we're just going to pick people who already have their perks set up. Alright, let's actually go with Wilbur. I like Wilbur a little bit better. So the first thing you're going to notice here, and this is something that I personally like to do, I think there is an effect. And I'm going to explain why. I know from experience that there are quite a few enemies in this game that have attacks that's very powerful attacks that specifically target the back row. I also know it's very common for there to be attacks that target the front two. But assassin type characters like to attack the very last row. That's where the game recommends you have your healer. So if an assassin character, enemy character shows up and they hit my healer for a very powerful attack, there's a fair chance that my healer might just die because, assassins. So I like to put my own slightly tankier boy in the very back row. 64 health, 61 health. See, slightly tankier. 97 health. Shh, you stay in the front. All right. It all started on the prince's 16th birthday. Skip. Let's go straight to this shop. We have 300 and 300 to spend again, but as we see here on the right, the rewards from our previous mission is here. So this run will have 1,400 gold to start off with, as well as 1,800 crystals. That is not a huge amount, but it is enough for us to get a few cards. So another very awesome feature of convenience is that we can have these pre-made decks. So instead of me going through the long list of cards to find the exact cards I want, as well as I want to mention is that this game has a pretty robust search system. So you can find basically any card or effect that you're looking for. They just don't have that effect. But we're going to go ahead and load a pre-made deck. We only have 1,800 to spend, so I'm going to skip giving my tank any of my pre-made decks. All of these are fairly expensive. I'm going to go ahead and give Wilbur here, the Electric Mage, a 600 crystals. Otis, we're going to go with the cheapest one I have for 564 crystals, actually. 300 crystals. Yep, that's what I'm going to choose, 300 crystals. And Dole's the Assassin for, let's say, 400 crystals. Do I have anything on her that costs 400 crystals? Like I call this one the cheapest, and it's 600 crystals. So can't get that. But what I can do is just go in here. I have an idea of what the cheapest one upgrades. It literally makes these spike shields upgraded because it reduces the cost of them from 2 to 1. I'm a big fan of that. And since she has 3 spike shields, we just won't be able to afford the third one. It's fine. Now in the armory, we actually have some money to spend, unlike last time. I'm going to give the heart amulet to Bree. I'm going to give the shadow cloak to Dulce. Look at this mana potion. I don't know about you, but I love mana. Mana allows me to cast stuff. So, and it's only 200 gold, so I'm going to pick that up on Otis. I should have bought a pet, but I didn't. I'm going to pick up nothing. Let's ready up. Where to go? Where to go? Where to go? Ah, yes. So before I mentioned that this map here will lead us to basically a side map, and I want to show that off. So let's head that way. We have the caravan here where they are essentially a little shop that we can find. Combat start, gain 3 hearts. That's actually not bad. But we're basically out. Don't have very much money, so now I actually have perks. I actually bought some cards. Let's see if it makes any difference. So I think almost right away you can tell that we're hitting significantly harder. This is not a stronger healer. Sorry, hero. This is not a stronger hero. This is just a different style hero. So heroes are not necessarily stronger than the others. So she does not do more damage inherently than Magnus. If anything, Magnus probably does more damage than she does. Fix the camera a little bit, it's a little bit high. But the fact that she actually has perks and Magnus didn't is what's making all the difference here. That takes him out and starts dealing some damage to the next person. Now, electricity has a really cool synergy with wet. Basically, for every wet the opponent has, it increases the lightning damage by 1. Wet also affects burning, so if you're burning and you apply a little bit of wet, you remove the burning. So it's very cool synergy. Of course, we're going to use Unstable Power to give himself 40% more damage. I have 6 mana to spend. Going to apply some wet. And we're going to blast him for 27 damage. That's technically all monsters, so he could have just nuked the entire board by himself if he really wanted to. Oh, look at this. Apply wet. I like that. Fuse Courage is not a bad card. The crops are on fire. Near the farm, you come across a burnt field and burning house. In front of the house, there is a fire imp causing fires. Next to some burning cornies. Even half burned, the house may contain something valuable, but you'll have to deal with the fire imp and the cornies first. I will make it rain to scare the imp. Make it rain, my friend, make it rain. The rain arrives, the imp runs away from it, and the cornies become dormant after the flames are extinguished. As a side effect, the house is no longer burning. Awesome. I like it when the house is no longer burning before we go inside. Let's see here. He already has a armor piece. This is probably the best armor among the 6, so we're going to give it to Otis. Actually, let's give it to our main girl, Bree. Otis can have this bit of armor. I think I'll just take gold for the rest. Fun game. Sorry, fun game. We're going to the hatch. Eastern Farmlands. See, plus damage. We actually faced this exact card in our first game, but we're going to see firsthand the difference between basically someone with full power of perks and someone who is fresh with no perks. So this is now full power. Inspire to give the team additional cards. Intimidate so that the attack deals a little bit more damage. Work on the combo, and boom. First enemy just deleted. Ooh, ambush. Look at this. This is dealing, what is this? 55 damage. 55 damage. That guy is essentially already dead. Omewa mo Shinderu. Gonna camouflage to go back invisible. Let's see if we can do the same thing to a second target. Another 26 damage, but we're not done yet. Let's go invisible again. Another 23 damage. Right then and there, Doles has completely killed an enemy and basically left an enemy at death's door. That is the difference between having full perks and having no perks. So, like I said, Wet makes him take more damage from lightning. Unstable power increases our damage. And we're just going to spam some zaps. Zappity zap zap, zappity zip. Duplicate a spell from your hand and put it on top of the deck. I should have done this, but I didn't. And I don't think it'll matter that much. Yes, heal yourself. That will save you. That will totally save you. We literally took 0 damage. In our previous game, that fight was a struggle. And now it was nothing. Sunder Armor. Not only does this do good damage, but it applies 5 stacks of vulnerable. That's 25% more damage. Technically, the math is a little bit not exactly that, but it's still a lot of damage. Alright, let's see here. For Otis. Hey, by the way, Otis. This is the guy we could have recruited if we actually succeeded our mission. But since we already have him, we don't actually need it to succeed the mission. Let's get the Sunbeam. Skip for you. Hatch. Now, I know from experience that... Alright, the hatch. You come across a house in the ruins, and inside you see a large hatch. You try to open the hatch, but it is properly closed. A few seconds later, a voice speaks to you through the hatch. Only those touched by flames. Then the voice remains silent, as if waiting for a passphrase. What do you do? Now, we don't know the passphrase, so we can just leave. But we don't want to leave. We want to see what's in the hatch. Now, we could try opening the hatch, but if we fail, then we're just going to have to leave. We only have a 37% chance. Now, jumping on the hatch with everybody will break it. The problem is landing on your feet. So we can force our way in if we wanted to. The issue is that everyone has an individual chance. The nice thing is that if one person fails, that one person is punished, but nobody else is, and we still get to go into the hatch. So this is, if we fail, I'm pretty sure nobody is punished, but we can't go into the hatch. While this one, we will 100% go into the hatch. So let's go into the hatch, guaranteed. Looks like everybody succeeded. Perfect landing. Nothing's broken. The hatch. Now, the hatch is just a mini-map. It's a side quest. And see here, there's only 3, 5, 6, and this is just leaving. So 6 options in the hatch. Not a comprehensive list of things to do in here, but the fact that it's a nice little side quest is very entertaining. I'll convince them to return to the right path and leave this place. Act as if you were one of them and just go right ahead. You know what? This is true. If you're ever in a place that you don't belong and you just act with confidence, half the time you may just be able to get by. This is not, suggesting that you go into places that you don't belong in. Please. If it says employees only, don't. But if it says employees only and you go in there and you act like you belong there, most people will not bother you. Now, A manager or something may still, come up at you, but the low-level employees will probably just ignore you. And that's what we're going to do here today. We're going to just act calm and act like we belong. And we succeeded. Since they are new recruits and you're already in the basement, they did not doubt you for a moment. They opened the door for you and you go on inside. As I said, the low-level employees, they don't know what's happening. They don't care what's happening. They just let you in. Now we have the choice of going down or up. And since down leads, let's see. Honestly, there's nothing special about either direction, but we're just gonna go up for the fun of it. Winds of Amnesia. All enemies gain a little bit of health, a little bit of damage, and they purge every turn. A bit annoying. Each hero will be able to remove a card. We don't need that. Each hero will be able to heal. We don't need that. But we get 80 points for the final score. So let's just take a look at what it does. There's the Tabula Rasa card that they're going to play in addition. Let's go ahead and just start wailing on the front guy. There's the 1 mana spiked shield. We could even use a 2 mana one, but you know what? There's a fair chance that we're not even going to make it to round 2, so let's just go ahead and do it. This almost one-shots her. 7 health left. Let's go invisible again. Let's see if we can take out this little piggy. Goodbye. Sorry, this little impy. Now she's basically marked for death. We have 6 energy to spend. Means we can use both water jets and follow it up with a shock nova. Follow it up with a zap. Do we want to duplicate this water jet into the deck of Piggy? Well, let's just say yes. There's a chance that Piggy's not going to draw any offensive cards. And nope, he did. And his offensive cards are better than this water jet. So, there you go. Even though the enemies had a defense bonus, it did not matter. Perks make a huge difference, especially in the early game. Ooh, purple. Let's go ahead and grab that. Expose armor. This is not the strongest attack, but it does apply a 20% damage reduction to the opponent's armor reduction to the opponent. So it will mean that the team can do a little bit more damage. The Imp statue. At the end of the hall, you find a large stone statue of an imp. Although the placement of the statue is suspicious, it's clear that it's used for an altar of some kind. You found imps before wandering around freely, and the statue may have something to do with it. Let me examine the statue in detail. Wilbur approaches the statue and examines it carefully. After a while, you hear a click, and a secret door opens behind the statue. Ooh, look at this. We got a ephemeral potion. So, another thing, there are secret rooms you can find. This room was not on the map. It only appeared after Wilbur found it. Now, there are hints to this room existing. As you can see here, there are doors and a crack here. Now, I don't remember if this crack in this hole was here beforehand, or if it only appeared after we found it. But if it was already here, that's even more just excellent design and care and love that went into this game. That shows the developer's care. An ephemeral potion. The secret door takes you to a room with a large chest. You open the chest and find some items that might be useful. Among them, a bright orange potion catches your eye. As soon as you take the potion out of the chest, its content begins to disappear. You don't know if it's drinkable, but there is no time, and only one can drink it before it completely vanishes. Who will drink it? No one. Not if you feel like drinking an unidentified potion in a basement. Let fate decide, or we can customly select it. You know what? Let's go ahead and let fate decide. It's going to be a competition. Whoever chooses the highest card wins. Let's see. Pig versus Bree, and Pig it is. Now, in his deck, he has what is called a boon card. This card triggers as soon as it is drawn, so it never goes into our hand. And as soon as it does, we draw another card to replace this. We dispel any burning that's on our character. We gain an energy. Excuse me. And we gain 2 stacks of Insulate, which gives us elemental resistance. It's very nice effects. Oh, and it burns itself. That means, sorry, it vanishes. So that means once this essentially is played once, it is removed from our deck until the next combat. So congratulations, Otis. You notice your body warming up, and after a brief moment, you feel a surge of energy within you. Your body temperature drops again. You do not know exactly why, but you believe that this phenomenon will repeat itself again. Fair enough. Very, very mediocre card equipment. But 70 gold is quite nice. So let's just go ahead and take the 280 gold. The summoning ritual. You reach the end of the basement, and here you can see many cultists in a summoning circle. The summoning has begun, and from the number of cultists, it's not seem like just a normal imp will show up. They become aware of your presence near the ritual, and some cultists leave the circle to confront you. The cultist looks at you suspiciously, waiting for an answer. You respond by drawing your weapons and striking first, full murder hobo style. Or tell them you are new here and you've come to help with the ritual. It only has a 24% chance of success. So, on guard. Douche. Love it. Alright. Intimidate this front guy. Let's shout at our team to apply 4 powerful stacks. That means everyone in our team is going to do 20% more damage. Give ourselves a little bit more defense. It's just going to bonk this guy for 16. That's not too bad. Not the highest damage, but, you know, decent opener. 51 damage. And we can follow it up with a poison dart to finish him off. So let's go ahead and do this. And goodbye. Camouflage here. Let's see. We're going to do a Viper Strike following to another camouflage. It's going to be our attack pattern here. Like, we can do more damage this round if we just do another Viper Strike, but I like playing it safe. Remember that Stealth applies a 60% damage increase, 60% more damage of 2. Pretty much it's just 3, and then they apply their resistances, so it's basically insignificant. So we're just going to stay in Stealth where we're protected from damage. Let's let Wilbur shine for a bit. He's going to get them all nice and wet. He's going to hit them each for 23, 23, and 32 damage. Oh, another nice feature of this game is this button right here, the combat stats button. It shows us the total damage we've done. It records in this parentheses the total damage we've done this run, as well as in big letters the total damage we've done this battle. So those had a very nice turn, dealing 74 damage. That's a good chunk of damage. Let's see how much Wilbur here is going to do. So duplicate this free zap. Actually, let's do a Shock Nova. So Otis is going to do a good chunk of damage as well. She's on death's row. 106 damage. Sorry, Stoles. Wilbur here is doing about 50% more damage than you. And he's supporting his teammate, helping Wilbur to also do a fair chunk of damage. Atonement to finish the last girl off. And this is why, kids, the first to draw swords wins. Grab some shards. Ooh, leveled up. Now, we could do the next combat, but first let's level up. Get our additional power up before we start the next one. Alright, let's see. Bree, you know, frontline tanks, so we have the option of either defensive strategy, where she gains a huge amount of resistance for a while, as well as her next few skills gives all heroes a huge amount of defense and helps her draw cards, so she keeps a good defense rolling. Or Unforgiving Nature, where she becomes a bit more offensive. Anytime people hurt her, she attacks back. And for this run, I'm going to have some fun with Unforgiving Nature. Wilbur, the electric engineer, has the option of whenever you play a card for every energy you use, apply some spark to all enemies, versus the next 4 skills we play, he gains powerful, he gains fast, and he draws a card. Tight competition, but I think I'm going to take the Circuit Overload. Otis. Otis is our healer. He can either praise the sun, where anytime he is damaged for 1 round, he's going to deal some fire damage back. Very fun card, but notice that it only lasts a single turn, and he needs to get damage, and we're not taking a ton of damage, and he's in the back row. Like, you can literally play Wilbur in the front row where he's going to get damaged a lot, and Praise the Sun gets so much value. But since he's our healer, pretty much our main tank, our main source of defense, we're going to choose Unwavering Faith. That increases how much shields he provides, as well as makes him apply some Courage, which gives us some mental resistance, and it applies some Vitality, which increases our maximum health, as well as our current health, so it acts as a side heal. For Doles, he has the option of making his Delves much more powerful for 4 uses, or Black Talons that deals a ton of damage for a single turn. These are both excellent options. I usually go with Black Talons, but I'm going to choose Subterfuge just for the fun of it. Now that we have gained a bit more health and gained some very powerful cards, let's see. Lord of the Imps. The ritual ended. The room is filled with red smoke, and the temperature rose rapidly. You don't know if it went well or not, but all the remaining cultists start to flee in panic after realizing what they've done. An impressive imp appears before you. It is the greater demon Belphegor, the Lord of the Imps. Belphegor, what do you want from me, mortal? Although he's been weakened by the precarious summoning conditions, you can't underestimate him. Well, we were just passing through, killing cultists. Can we leave, please? It has a 77% chance of success. Oh, great Belphegor. Maybe there's something we can do for you. It has a 40% chance for success. Now, the astute among you that says 5 or lower, 5 or higher, this should add up to 100, right? Well, like I said, the astute among you will notice that both of these 5 is a success. So that's why it ends up being 120% instead of just 100, because we have a fair chance of hitting 5 exactly. And of course, even though these options are both very fun, we can always just choose the option that has no roll at all. Just attack them. Just attack them forever. Fool. The fight begins. Alright. Gonna reduce his defense a little bit. We're going to make our next few attacks deal additional damage. We have 5 energy to spend, so we're going to basically play all our cards, including our discounted spike shields. Alright, Doles is currently invisible. Means his first attack can do quite a bit of damage. We're just going to choose the one that does the highest amount of damage, and then just play all our cards to stack up that poison. He's up at 29 poison. Not bad. Not bad at all. Get some rain on you. Make it nice and wet. Now this guy has 400 health. This is actually more health than the Yager that killed our previous party. And yet, we are treating this guy as a punching bag. He's already lost half his health. This would have probably one-shotted Yager already. But alas, this is not the case. He has wet stacks already, which will prevent the burning from Sunbeam, so I'm not going to do this. I'm just going to focus on defense instead. Everyone has a ton of defenses right now. Most people are vastly above their maximum health, if you remember correctly. His maximum health is 71, and he's currently at 86 health because of the vitality stacks. So we're in a very good position. We have 6 energy to spend, so let's play most of our cards. This one is front only, but this one can go straight for Belphegor. We're just going to see if we can just ignore these imps since our damage is so very high. Should have done this card first to make her damage higher. That's That's my bad. That was a complete misplay in order. But sometimes, people aren't perfect and they will make mistakes. So let's camouflage first because this lets us draw a card. This one is front only, so it's this one. We have 3 stacks of stealth. So let's just go ahead and hit the front only one. A little disappointing. This one is not front only, so let's go ahead and do that. Look at this. 2 damage. Oh, we did it, boys. Oh, seriously, Wilbur? Can you do 80 damage for us? This time I'm going to use my buffs first. I'm going to be a big dumb and get it wrong. But it does not seem like it matters all that much because we did not draw very many cards. Random monster. You missed. Ooh, this guy has gained a whole bunch of powerful stacks. Bit of spoilers. After this guy gains a bunch of powerful stacks, next round he blows up. So I know for a fact he is going to blow up next round. The question is, will he get a next round? Yes, yes he will. Wait. No, he won't. Let's see what we got here. Skull Splitter. Huge amount of damage, but the cost is also so massive that I just don't feel like we can afford it. Spike shields. Now, I do feel our deck has enough spike shields. We do not need this for the spike shield. But this is an upgraded spike shield, so we will be taking it, and I'll show you why once we get to the next town. Don't love these cards, so we're gonna skip these. Blade Dance does some nice AoE, so we're gonna go ahead and grab that. Let's see what we got here. Now, anyone can choose the War Banner and be able to benefit the entire party with this. So, since he is the only one that doesn't currently have a potion, I'm going to give it to Wilbur. Anything else worth mentioning? Searing Dagger buffs both swords and range attacks, which is all about this guy's deck. So we'll give him the dagger. Let's see, Spike Bracers makes her start off with some thorns. She does have quite a few thorns effects, so let's go ahead and select that. And this is literally the exact same hat he's currently already wearing. So let's just take the money. Might as well. And now, as we leave the basement, we will actually end up literally where we started. Now, this isn't true for every one of these side maps, but it is true for this one. Let's see. I personally have a grudge. Hogger killed me in my other game, so now I feel the need to kill him. So let's go over there and take him out. Armageddon. This is actually a very powerful card. Every round, every monster will, in addition to their normal cards played, will use Meteorite that deals 10 fire damage, 10 blunt damage, applies 10 burning, and applies a crack. So this is a very powerful effect. Not to mention, all damage is increased by 2, so I'm pretty sure this is going to deal 12 damage, not 10. Or 24 damage. But, like I said, because we have full perks, we are quite powerful. So let's give this a try and let's see if this was a good idea or not. Just gonna go down the line. We're gonna go all out. We're not gonna hold anything back. Spread our defenses. Not the best hand, but that's okay. Let's draw a card and get lucky. Nope. Is this enough to kill? 1 health left. So even though this is very nice for the poison stacks, I just want this guy gone. Let's go ahead and start working on the second guy. Remember, stealth increases our damage by 20% per stealth. That's why we try to go invisible and then we attack. Same concept. Rain increases our damage, our lightning damage, so we're going to get them wet, and then we're going to zap them. And zap them. And zap them. Now, Wilbur took a little bit of damage, but as you can see, an incredibly difficult challenge was basically effortless for our team. Do I want more zaps? Why not? We'll take one. Shield bash is okay, but we're just gonna skip. Ooh. Oh yes, it said we get access to an exotic shop. That is right. So gladiator helmets. At the start of the combat, you deal 24% more damage, and you start with 25 bonus health. Insanely powerful armor. I'm gonna go ahead and give that to Dole since these are. Maybe we can give it to Wilbur instead. Actually, this is pretty good, so we'll give it to Dole's because actually this is pretty good. Wait. This is a pretty good item, but this is also a terrible item, and let me show you why. This is me being dumb, me forgetting what Dole's ability is. It says at combat start, we gain 3 stacks of stealth. Very interesting indeed. If we go here, where do we go? Okay, we can't check. Oh, here we go. Deck. Quick level ups. At start of combat, gain 2 stealth. So, Doles is already gaining the stealth without this. He doesn't need this. This was a wasted purchase. So instead, we'll give him the gladiator helmet. For Wilbur, we'll give him the Orb of Storms. Makes him deal more lightning damage, which is what he specializes in, and he applies more static charges. So this is a very nice find. Absolutely excellent. And we got a 30% discount on it. This is not a bad idea. Having more resistances on your tank can prevent a lot of damage. This is perfectly adequate. But I don't think she needs it right now. And I like the fact that she's starting with Thorns, which will make her do basically more damage. So instead I'm going to give it to Otis. This will prevent more damage, and the 15 more health makes more sense than 6 block. It's also not very expensive, so I'm partially doing it because it's giving us a 30% discount. Let's see here. We don't really have any injuries. An injury card is... Yeah, we don't have any injuries. An injury card works exactly like a boon. It says here, boons or injuries. But instead of being positive effects like gaining energy and insulates, it's negative effects. Since we don't have any injuries, I'm going to skip this. Not to mention he only has an 11% chance of success. We can heal, but the only person that's hurt is Otis, and he can just heal himself in combat. That's fine. So let's just get some gold or shards. Group 5 or lower. That's a success. That's a critical success. That's a huge bonus. And we find a hidden cache of chests, which means we also get some equipment. And all this equipment is absolutely terrible, but 280 gold never hurt anybody. Let's go ahead and get more gold, 320 gold. They get 30 more health. Oh no, they'll still die instantly. Let's see here. This increases my damage by 4. This increases my damage by 25%. I don't know which one is going to be more to use first. I think 25% is going to be slightly better, so let's go with that. And if someone can do the calculations in their head and know that the other one was actually slightly better, in that case I messed up, and that happens sometimes. Let's see, Blade Dance is doing slightly more damage, so we'll start with that. Expose armor to reduce the amount of defenses they have. Searing Blast, nice little AoE that came from our weapon. And just play the rest of our cards because we can. I'm actually spreading the damage around a little bit so that Shock Nova pretty much has a higher chance of just one shot killing all of them. Takes out the front guy. Deals a good chunk of damage to the rest. Let's see what Zap can bring for us. There goes another one. And as I predicted, the only one standing is the one in the very back. He is poisoned, which means that he'll take damage at the end of his turn, which means that he'll still have a turn normally if we let him. So the Otis is going to focus on healing himself. And he's going to use his Sunbeam at the end. So he wasn't able to get himself to full, 4 health shy of that. But other than that, easy win. Transmission's kind of nice, giving energy to people who need it more. Now there is a Bard build. I don't know if you guys remember the frog that we saw as one of the options. He specializes in that. But yes, there is a Bard build where you basically play different musics, and it's a pretty interesting and has a lot of potential for combos and powers. But that is something we'll look at the other way another time. We're back at Hogger. You bastard. I'll cleanse this forest of you and your werewolf gang. Brave words for someone so young. And now that I think about it, about 10 years ago, I killed someone like you who said the same words to me. I guess history repeats itself. This forest is mine now, and always will be. Yager charges at you. Luckily, Bree was careful and placed the group in an advantageous position before the fight. Oh man, look at these stories connecting. Hogger killed Bree's mother, and if we say that Bree's mother was in the other group that Hogger literally did kill, you know, the one we got a game over on, that makes Evelyn Bree's mother. Okay, I don't think that's the actual lore, but there is a connection there between them, which I do appreciate. Alright, let's see if this run will be any better. Let's go ahead and sneak peek. It applies not only sight, but also mark, which increases the amount of damage they take. And it doesn't break stealth, or it does break stealth, but it reapplies it, so it's okay. So we can do an ambush that does more damage, or an exposed armor that basically sets them up. Let's go with ambush. This might be less total damage, but you know what? I think it's gonna be okay. As usual, we're gonna get our wets in and blast. You know what? Always make sure you use your buffs first. See, I didn't mess up. Just overkill him. Kill him in one round before he gets a chance to act. That's the difference between having perks and not having perks. Having the right cards and not having the right cards. Now, like I said, even if I lost that previous game, it's irrelevant, right? Because I still gained experience. I'll be able to get a few more perks, and I'll progress to eventually reaching this state. There are other roguelike games that do something similar. It's basically a built-in progression system. You slowly get more powerful over time. I don't like any of these cards. Literally any of them. And it is nice that whenever you don't like a card, you just gain some crystals, shards. There are some roguelikes in which your choices are get a card or don't get a card, but you don't have a choice between getting bonus if you don't choose a card. Let's see here. Decent armor. It's only slightly worse than the one we bought earlier. So maybe I didn't need to buy that one. This would have been sufficient. Oops. The Orb of Storms I bought earlier is much more powerful than this one, so I'm glad I bought that. The Cleaver, on the other hand, this is close. I think the Cleaver might actually be better. We lose the ability to increase our damage on our ranged attacks, but I feel like our deck has mostly melee attacks, as well as applying bleeding with every hit is very powerful. So we're going to go ahead and grab that, and everybody else is just going to get cold. Ylmer's Awakening. The obelisk is in sight, but something very dangerous is blocking the way. Ylmer, an old treant, once known as the protector of the Senetia forest, is awakened and been tainted by the energy emanating from the now active obelisk. Besides Ylmer, there is a Trunky and a Dryad protecting him. You can't see any way to avoid the confrontation, but maybe you can make the fight easier or worse depending on how you approach him. So let's see. We can just rest a little bit. He knows we're here, so he's going to take the time to make himself more powerful. We can try to ambush him, but that's only a 24% chance. Or she can go ahead and solo their guardians, but that's only a 27% chance. It's not much better. So we're just going to engage him quickly to catch him off guard. Without hesitation, you draw your weapons and rush at him, getting a momentary advantage. What that does is give us fast. So our choices actually impacts the combat, which is excellent. I feel like that's a beautiful feature to have. So Ylmer makes me want to shout. Get all our buffs up. Bree has a similar issue in that she specializes in attacking the front monster. So let's just go ahead and beat him up. Alright, what do you got for us, Dolls? Can do an ambush, but I think I'm going to do the AoE one, get everyone beat up. Right? First, let's apply sneak attack, and then we'll do it. Camouflage to make us go invisible again before our next attack. And if you remember from last round, this girl was a little bit problematic. She did a lot of damage to our team, so let's just go ahead and make sure that doesn't happen again. That she's gone. She wanted to say something, but she wasn't allowed to. I'm gonna actually just focus Ylmer here because these are random. Let's see if they actually go on to the little guy. There you go. Not only are they random, but they deal enough damage that doesn't really matter. Unwavering Faith. When you apply shields, not only are they 5 stronger, but we also apply some courage and apply some healing. So let's just go ahead and take the time to defend ourselves. And we're going to do some blasting as well. Do I care about the wet stacks? Normally I would, but I think I can end this fight fast enough by doing this if I just do this. He's going to gain some regeneration. He still hasn't really hurt our team. Look at this, we're all basically full health. Forgiving nature. Wait, do I have enough energy for this? I do. Excellent. Apply your debuffs first. We're going to start pummeling. Invigorating. And there you can have the defense. Alright, Doles, what you got for us? Can you finish him off, please? Hey, look at this. Either poison him for 6, or just deal the 6 damage up front. Although there is a mana difference, so this costs 1 mana, this costs 2 mana, so it's not like Dual Strike is strictly better. They're just conditionally better. And better than the other certain situations. But we'll take the upfront damage in this case. He is technically dead, but we're not going to wait for poison. We're just going to blast him right here and now. There goes the first boss. Ooh, Scroll of Intellect. This is a very interesting card because it costs nothing. It grants a draw, so it's net neutral as far as draw power is concerned, but it grants an energy as well, so it's +1 as far as energy is concerned. So this card just generates an energy out of nothing. And I like the energy, so we're just going to choose it. Let's see here. Pain Suppression. And save it for later. These are both very interesting cards for Otis in the current deck he's using. I'm going to choose Save It for Later just because it's the upgraded one. And then for Doles, we're going to choose Sneaky Strike. It deals a decent amount of damage and it puts us into stealth. It's a nice little combo card. A lot of interesting options here. Kind of like that on her, we get the option of whenever we play a defense, we also generate some thorns. So it ends up being like a consistent source of thorns. Very nice. However, for the other cards, actually this one's pretty good too. Combat start, you start with some fast, so you get your turn a little bit earlier. Now for the other cards, we're just gonna go ahead and skip and take the 200 gold. Find yourself in front of an obelisk. After centuries of inactivity, it is now bursting with energy. The runes engraved in the stone grow brightly. As you read the runes out loud, the wall of the obelisk warps into swords, creating several portals. Time has come to cross the obelisk. Where will you go? This almost feels like a roll credits moment from a very popular YouTube channel. But yeah, across the obelisk. That's the name of the game. And that's basically part of the selling point of the game. We have 3 different options to go to. The red portal, in which hot air comes out of, the green portal, in which a stagnant water comes out of, or the blue portal, for which an icy draft comes out of. The fact that we have options on where to go next makes this a little bit more open. It allows us to essentially choose the boss we're going to face. And I'm just going to let you know now is that we actually have to cross the obelisk multiple times. Now, in a single run, you will not go to all 3 locations, but you do go to 2 of the locations. So we need to choose which location we're going to first, because the second location automatically gets stronger in various different ways. This is not just oh, they now have a 50% damage increase. No, the developer has taken their time to properly balance it from being the first place you go to versus the second place you go to. Like, they get new abilities, they get new cards, they get new effects. It is a completely different ballgame. Now, as far as our team is concerned, we don't have anyone who is specifically screwed by any of the specific directions. For example, if we had a fire mage in our team going to the green portal, whoops, I did not mean to click that, going to the green portal or the blue portal, where there is likely the enemy using wet, can really mess with them. Going to the red portal can also mess with them because the enemy is fire based, so having a lot of fire resistance can be difficult. But we will continue here. The Aquafall Marsh. The group went across the obelisk and in an instant found themselves in another place, far from the Sinithia forest. One of the mysteries of the obelisk has just been revealed to them. In ancient times, the obelisk was used as a means of transportation, since reaching this land by road would take several days. They searched for signs that the princess or Lord Handshake had been there, and found 2 pairs of footprints leading away from the area. The group looked to the horizon and saw that there was another obelisk in the area that was active. Undoubtedly, the princess and Lord Handshake had something to do with the activation of the obelisk. The next destination of the group was clear. So we get a new map. We get some new potential unlockable characters on this map. Look at that. We have a new area to explore. The spider cave. We have a whole bunch of potential options and directions to follow. And we even have this purple event here in the center. So lots of potential ways to go. But the very first thing you do in any map is you go to the town. Now, what was I saying earlier about the spike shield? 3 spike shields is enough for the deck. But one of the options we can do is we can convert this from a 2 costing, essentially more powerful spike shield, into a 1 costing, essentially weaker, but it costs 1 yellow spike shield. And then with this default spike shield we have, we can come here to the church and just remove it from the deck. That way we saved ourselves essentially 210 crystals, because transforming it, once you have the town upgrade, is free. Transforming cards is free. So that's a little bit of a little secret we can use. We have 3,500 crystals spent and 3,000 gold to spend. There are a huge library of cards. There are even more cards now. We can now purchase purple cards in addition to the blue, green, and white cards we could before. As you can see, they cost 800 each. Monolithically expensive, but we do have 3,500 to spend. Now, I don't want to take a huge amount of time, you know, going card by card, seeing what works for our deck. And this is something that you probably will need to spend. But since we're not playing in any madness mode, we're going to just go ahead and just buy, a quick card for each character. Well, here we go. Basically, I'm going to choose cards that provide energy. I'm going to meditate here. And we'll get a, what is it, Adrenaline, I think it's called. Oh, Adrenaline is not a purple card, I believe it's a blue card. Yep, a little bit cheaper, but just, well, not just as good, but almost as good. And here we're also going to get an energy card, a very unique one called Fanaticism. It does a lot of damage to ourselves, but it costs nothing and generates energy. And you know what? I like my energy. The very final thing we're going to do real fast is going to upgrade this transmission, because an upgraded transmission only costs a single energy. And if you're giving 2 energy away, only paying a single one, that means you're making money. Alright, let's see if we got any equipment we can buy that are especially powerful. It does not look like it. This shield is actually going to be okay on Otis, because he likes having more charges. You know what? What we're going to do instead, we have 3,000 gold, we're going to get everybody some pets. Now, pets are very interesting. Now, like I said before, you have to unlock the pets by completing their quests. But what the pets do is at the start of that hero's turn, it will basically do something as well as provide a little bit of defense. So, for example, daily here, every turn will cast the card Icicle Launcher. So here we go, Icicle Launcher deals 6 damage to a random monster. Now, the fun thing about monsters is, these pets, is that they take your stats. So, for example, Wilbur here has perks. Go here to character sheet. Wilbur has perks that increases his lightning damage by 6. And as well, his equipment increases this by 6. So, him choosing Stormy that casts Lightning Bolt that deals 6 lightning damage, it will be increased by 6, so it'll deal 12 lightning damage. So making sure you have the right synergy is huge. And as I said, Wilbur will get Stormy. Bree, who is the tank, will get Palisade, which provides 5 defense as well as some thorns. Excellent. Otis, as essentially the healer, he's going to get Orby, that provides shields for everybody. Anthos, the assassin. Now, he doesn't have a great card, like an exact perfect card to choose from. He can choose this guy that will apply marks, but I feel like this guy will have anti-synergy with Wilbur, so I'm not going to choose him. He can choose Slimy, that applies a lot of poison to everybody, and Thos is pretty good with poison. Or he can choose Leanti, that applies a bit of range damage and poison to a single target. And that's actually the one I'm going to choose this time, Leanti. All 3 I listed are very good options. There are also some like Sharpie. Wind Blessing dispels and applies fast, so anybody can use that and benefit from it. But, I went ahead and went with Leanti. Focus on killing your enemies fast. As a famous sensei said, strike first, strike hard. No mercy. None at all. None. Alright, let's see. We have a lot of options here. Let's just... Ooh, a free upgrade. Don't mind if I do. I didn't even see what the effect was. All enemy monsters gain +2 damage. They become immune to darkness that none of our team is using. And when a monster deals damage, it applies 3 darkness to us. So there's a chance that the enemy may apply so much darkness to us that it may actually trigger the 25 charge explosion. There is a chance, but I don't think it's very high. I just don't. It's not gonna happen. And let's find out. All right, we have 6 energy. I can either give everybody powerful, and if I do this, I can only play a single attack because I'll be at 1 energy left, and these all cost 2. Or I can just go ham and start just bashing. I just start bashing, and that's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna start bashing. This guy in the front here is gonna get clotted on by Bree. Look at these feet. She's gonna step and step and step until he just begs for mercy. And then she's gonna step again, just one more time, just to make sure. Let's see, Shock Nova is gonna do 43 damage. That is almost enough to one-shot the frontline guy. So we're not gonna worry about him. We're gonna worry about the guy in the second line. See, he's gonna die to poison. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fine. Oh, so we could use charge batteries, give myself an energy. This is a very good choice. But I think I'm going to go ahead and give it to Otis. And random says, the guy in the back. Leanti! Goodbye. Ooh, Sneaky Strike. Ooh, Blade Dance. Both excellent options. I'm going to go with Sneaky Strike because it makes me go back into stealth. Then I'll follow up with the Blade Dance. Everybody is basically set to die. Well, almost everybody. My nemesis here. This is going to do 20 damage, and he already has 20 poison, so it's not enough. But I think it's going to be the best we got. So now everyone is basically slated to die. The question is, will they do any damage? They might. This is applying a lot of defense for next round, but not very much for this round. Everyone's already full health, so there's literally no point in spending this mana. In some other roguelike games, you see you have 2 mana, you have to... It's not going to do anything, but your mana is not going to roll over. In this game, the mana 100% rolls over, so that's what you want to do. Bit rate is steady. And we're still all full health. It's a very, very easy game once you are full perks. So let me actually take a moment here. Oh yes, the free upgrade. So this is actually a feature that was added because I played this game even before alpha. So you have a huge number of cards in your deck. You do not know how much all these cards cost. In an eventual upgrade, they added this feature. It's very simple. They now show how much it costs to upgrade. It used to... So we can actually have information to be able to make an informed decision. We're not going to waste it on something that only costs 30 crystals to upgrade. We're going to intelligently spend it on something that costs 630 crystals. Like, this costs more to upgrade than I actually have right now. Let's see. Let's go ahead and choose the one that applies Fury. The difference between Fury in Powerful. Powerful is actually stronger at 5%, while Fury is only 3%. However, she has other means of generating Powerful, but she has no other means of generating Fury. So that's why we're going to choose that one. For Wilbur, how much does Shock Novas? 210? What evocation? 600? Yes, please. I'll take the 600. And it makes it 1 mana cheaper. And you know me, I love having cheaper stuff. However, this one's a bit of a trick. So it makes 1 mana cheaper, but you also generate 1 less mana. It does prevent it from being vanished. So I'll be able to use this more than once if the battle ever gets to that point. Here, for Otis the healer, I actually don't think he has any... Oh, nope, he has to meditate. Excellent. So let's see. We can make meditate give an energy now, or it also draws a card next round. And I think I prefer having my energy now, please. And for those, I'm going to do the adrenaline. So it either becomes reusable, or he no longer takes that 1 energy penalty. Reusable adrenaline is very useful, but for now we're just killing everything so fast, we're just going to take the burst of energy up front. An empty village. An empty village. You arrive at a small village of Crockman, and it's empty, but in the center of the village there is a note on a post that says, "Right now we're all fighting on the western battlefield. If you want to help us, we will give you a special reward. P.S. Don't steal anything or we'll hunt you down." Oh. Oh. So what's that? Take everything you find of value? Or even worse, burn the village to the ground? I think we'll take everything. Steal all the things. Look at this plate mail. I don't want to be slower. Look at this stone mall. Yes, please. Tiki mask. Start with some sharpen. Well, this guy loves to be sharpened. Oh no. The gladiator helmet. I think the gladiator helmet is a little bit better. So we're gonna stick with the gladiator helmet. This was a difficult decision though. So the gladiator helmet gives us 21% more damage as well as 25 maximum health. So he actually gets some buffer before dying. Not to mention 18% damage resistance is going to prevent a lot more damage than the plus 10 health. And 3 regeneration is only 3, 2, 1, 6 health. So this is like 16 health. So yeah, the Tiki Mask, just not to mention this is a purple, this is a blue. So it makes sense that the Tiki Mask is just strictly worse in pretty much every regard. As far as anything else here, we'll just take the gold. Now he said they're fighting the western battlefield. I know west is the left, so let's go here. And they said if we help the Crocmen, they will give us a reward. So let's see if they still give us the reward after we basically stole from their village. Fighting Sauron here. Never seen this unique and powerful name before. I'm glad that they invented this name, Sauron. Spelled exactly as that is spelled. Unique names, very good. Powerful only stacks up to 10, so using this second unstable power will just make me suffer a curse for no reason. Might as well just get the energy. This is not a good hand. This was a terrible hand. Pass the love along. He's going to be at 9 energy in his next turn. Hopefully he'll actually be able to do something next turn. I mean, if he even gets a next turn, because Doles is about to pop off over here. See how much energy I have. Do I have enough for everything? I do, so let's go ahead and do this one first. Use get our energy back. Camouflage to go invisible again. And we're going to stab this guy for... I'm not sure how much that was. And use our subterfuge, get ready to go invisible if someone hits us. Man, when the enemy goes invisible, but they're stacked up with so much poison that they literally explode as soon as, like, instantly afterwards. Man, praise the sun. Look at Piggy doing fire damage over here. Sunbeam, sunbeam, sunbeam. Meditate. Fanatic. Sunbeam. Okay, we're out of sunbeams. Gamble. Everything you love. Gamble with the Crocman. Oh, you're right. I should have gone that way and gambled. I honestly forgot about that event. It's been too long. I'm so sorry. Oh, we're up to 5 viewers. Nice. This is my first day streaming. I am nervous. My throat is hurting because I'm not used to talking for this long. So this is very exciting for me. You still haven't gotten it yet? I have gotten it yet. So I'm sorry that you haven't gotten it yet, but I'm sure you will soon. All these cards are fairly mediocre. Look at this. A purple benediction. Just so much power here. Ooh. A purple delay response. 0 mana and it generates mana. I think I gotta do it. I gotta do it. Now, this card is hilarious because this card has been requested to be nerfed so many times. And it used to be a little bit stronger than this, but this is the current iteration. This is a 0 mana card that draws a card and gives you something. So there is no reason to never not play this. It literally will refill itself, basically. And because of that, there's no reason for me to not take it. It's literally just a free card. Ask him about the special reward mentioned in his notes. So, you tell Erwin that you have been to his village and that is why you came. He does not doubt you and offers you the remaining weapons and items from the battlefield, as well as a small amount of gold. Also, Erwin tells you that if you need a boat to explore the marsh, you should go South Pier and tell Jack that he sent you. Like, thanks, Erwin. Erwin, who is a crocodile. I wonder what that could be referencing. Alright, let's see what we got here. When you heal a hero, apply a bless. Oh, I can't underestimate, I can't understate how insanely powerful this effect is. This effect is insane. And let me explain why. For each bless on a hero, that hero deals 1 extra damage, and this builds up real quick, as well as they get healed for 1 extra. The Golden Bell is one of my favorite equipments, and there is no way we're not choosing it today. For Doles, we're actually doing a little bit of a sneaky combo here. Yager's Cleaver applies 2 bleed with every hit, and we're going to choose the Primal Necklace, so it makes it 3 bleed. Look at that. And for everybody else, we're just going to take the gold. This is a very interesting thing. 30% resistance is actually the highest resistance in the game, if I remember correctly. But the fact that you suffer a vulnerability means that you will eventually have negative 50% resistance. So it's awful for your frontliner, but it's insanely good for like a second, third, or backliner. But since we only have it on her left, we're just going to take the gold for the rest. The achievement still eludes me. So this is the only game I have in my Steam library of, let's take a quick gander here. Just a quick second, guys. I have 496 games in my Steam library, and this is the only game I have a perfect on. This is why I chose this game specifically to be the first game I did on my stream, because I love this game so much that I felt like it's earned it. Ah, Melancholy. This is one of the most obnoxious effects in the game, and it can only be properly represented in a very... Oh, thank you so much for the hype. Uh, I just need to go in for a minute here and explain Melancholy. So, every round it shuffles 2 sad into every hero's deck. And if we were still doing the run, you know, the one where we died earlier, and had a much weaker deck, this Melancholy can destroy us. Not only does the enemies have much higher resistance and health, but this sadness will eventually make our entire hand just sad. We won't be able to do anything because our characters are just feeling sad. And it is devastating for a weaker deck. This extreme difficulty here is completely correct. But we don't have a weak deck. We have a fairly strong deck, and we have fairly strong perks. So we're going to go ahead and take our free upgrade. I'm not going to say the Chick Tick Tick challenge, because this isn't going to be a challenge for us. We're just going to come here and smoke out these spiders. Let's see here. Rain, 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 and 0 nukes. Yay! Look, the only thing I get to nuke is myself. And look, anytime I play a card for every energy I used 0 energy this round. Look, duplicate a spell. I had no damage spells to duplicate. What is this hand? You know what? I'm just gonna be sad by myself. It's fine. The sad was appropriate because I felt sad with that hand. That's how awful that hand was. Alright, let's see here. Deflect because... Oh, okay. Okay. Some people may have noticed what I did wrong. For everyone else who didn't catch it, let me explain. I was absolutely right. Deflect is a free effect. It's a free card. You should always deflect. Absolutely. That was not the problem. The problem is that Doles starts with stealth. And as soon as you play any card, the stealth is removed. So by me opening up and playing that deflect, I just wasted that stealth for no reason. I could have used it on Viper Strike or Blade Dance and gotten that 40% damage increase. I just missed it. Alright. It's okay though. We're going to kill our instincts. We have 5 stacks of stealth. That's double damage for our next attack. And we're going to Blade Dance. Dance for us, Doles. Dance. Okay. And hopefully somebody's going to hit Doles So he can activate his subterfuge and go back into stealth. There it is! Subterfuge stealth! Those is ready. I just need to make sure not to for me to be dumb again. And use a stupid card before using a damage card. Alright, let's see here. The only one that's been hurt is Otis. Bree has been hit with the Shackles effect, so her speed has been reduced to 0. So if I reduce her speed even further, it's not going to really change anything, so I might as well give her an energy. That actually counts as an attack, so she shook a little bit. Alright, let's see here. Fanaticism is gonna... He's already taken some damage, so I'm going to hurt him some more. But it will give me energy. And that, I'm going to go ahead and buff myself. Alright, I'm going to take another moment here and explain another mistake I made. So, that Fanaticism did some damage to me. I am the last one in the turn order. And I used it to give myself block. Which means if I use my block cards first, I could have taken the damage on the block instead. But I didn't do that. I screwed up. I was not optimal with my gameplay. And even though I'm playing extremely inoptimally, it's going to be okay. Because we are not in a particularly difficult mode. And I will explain increasing the game difficulty later. Ooh, surprise ambush. Goodbye. I don't need to do this. This guy is basically set to die. Okay. And that's the power of pets. Pets just be zapping. So let's just go ahead and finish him off. Why not? Whirlwind. Whirlwind is a 6-mana card. Whirlwind has the potential to be an absurdly powerful card. Now, I don't have the combo to make this card absurdly powerful. But if you have cards that sharpen, that provide the buff called Sharpen, which increase your damage, Whirlwind can very, very quickly start doing tens, hundreds, potentially even thousands of damage. Thousands. But this is not the deck we have today. So this is not what we're going to worry about. Sad as it is. Bouncing Shield is a legendary card, but I personally don't find it very powerful. But you know what? I'm gonna give it a try. I'm gonna give it a try. 3 mana, deals a decent amount of damage, applies a decent amount of Sanctify, applies a slow, applies a vulnerable. It's okay. Protection from Evil, though. This is a very powerful defensive card, so this is our defense boy, so we're gonna choose that instead. Toxic Strike is okay if you're doing a poison deck, or not. We have quite a bit of poison, but that's not the focus of the deck. So we get our free upgrade. Let's go ahead for her. Upgrade the ability, her ability to shout at others. For Wilbur, I believe these Shock Novas cost 200 each. Let's make one of them cheaper. Otis, let's just go ahead and upgrade that Protect from Evil that we just got. And for Dulce, Sneaky Strike maybe? Ambush? These are all very la-di-da. This is 18 and 12, this does 19 and 13. Not a huge increase. This also does 19 and 13, but it starts in your hand. I don't know if I want this in my hand every time. So, nah. As far as Sneaky Strike, we can keep the damage the same. It does 1 additional poison, or it does 3 additional poison. Expose Armor. This is going to be it. An extra vulnerable, that's an additional 5% more damage, 2 extra damage, and makes the enemy take 1 extra damage from all sources. I think this is the right option here. A well-deserved rest, so we can heal. I really don't think we need healing. A tough choice. You arrive at a ravine full of cobwebs and cocoons. Some of the cocoons seem freshly made. As you get closer, the cocoons start to shake. There are people inside. The trapped people start screaming when they hear you, begging you to release them. You hesitate, as some of them may be starting to mutate, and you can't be sure what their condition is. What do you do? I wonder if, because I know that there's a delay for my stream. This might be something I need to figure out later, but I basically want to reduce that delay as much as possible so that, the viewers can basically participate, can tell me where to go. Let's see here. But for now, I think I'm just going to go ahead and just make the choices real fast. Release the people by opening the cocoons. They started to mutate. That might not be the best option. Kill them without opening the cocoons to spare them from suffering. You know what? I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to spare these people from suffering. We're going to be merciful. We're going to gain some cups because we're so merciful. You cannot risk opening the cocoons, so you will show mercy by ending the sufferings of those who are mutating. You use your weapon to pierce the cocoons and kill them. This has been an experience that you will not forget. See, this is not, and I want to be clear, this is not murder hoboing. This was a mercy kill. This was something that was necessary for us to be able to save these people. Save might not be the correct word, but this was something that was necessary to prevent them from suffering more. Yes, that's how we're going to word this. These people would have kept suffering if we did not show them mercy. That's what all murder hobo. Listen, I'm trying so hard not to be a murder hobo. I really am. All right. We may have murdered hobo a little bit. Is that acceptable? Our murder hobo percentages was low. It was not the highest that it could have been. Like, we will absolutely go around and murder plenty of other people. As a matter of fact, we're gonna murder this spider guy because this guy has been fully mutated. Okay, I apologize. His arm is still clean. That's his arm for purposes. He needs that one to remain clean. The rest of him can go. As a matter of fact, his right arm is already doing some stranger happenings over there. Oh. But his left arm, is for the purity. Nobody gets perfect in the murder hobo tests. Alright, I'm going to make sure I don't screw this up. I'm already invisible. We're not going to take it like last time. Look at this. We use our Viper Strike first. And we're going to use our Subterfuge so our stealths are more powerful. So here's an interesting dilemma of the Sneak Peek card. Right now I have 5 stacks of stealth. That's increasing my damage by 100%. If I use Sneak Peek, it's going to give me 4 stacks of stealth, but it's going to increase my damage by 2. So it's a math problem. A math problem that I don't have. That is huge. This is my first time streaming. I have literally been streaming for 2 hours now. And I'm excited that I have so many streamers on my first time. Thank you everybody who is watching. So this is a math problem. I don't know which is better, 2 extra damage or 20% extra damage. In my mind, maybe because I prefer percentages, I think 20% is going to be better. So I'm going to go ahead and keep the 20%. But as you can see here, this is doing 77 damage when he has 42 health. So it really does not matter which I choose. In which case, let's go ahead and do Sneak Peek so that the second guy takes additional damage. So our 77 damage has been reduced to 70, which means that the 20% damage was the better choice. But this line that we chose, that the second guy takes 2 extra damage, was probably better overall. Because we really did not need that extra 7 damage to kill somebody who, for lack of a better term, was already dead. And this time we have Fanaticism again, but I see the code this time. I'm going to give myself the defense first. I'm going to give myself more defense because Fanaticism really hurts. Alright, there you go. Now I'm only taking 3 damage to my face instead of 13 like last time. And let's heal to full. So close, 2 off. Um, Whoever I give this to is not gonna get a turn, so maybe I should not have done that at all. Like, it's an extra energy. It's awesome. Your audio may have dropped. Oh no, and it's back. Oh yes. So I'm still getting used to my setup. I don't have a very large desk, so I'm gonna rotate my camera around to show off my desk. I have my microphone there between my two monitors because, as you can see, I am maxing out the capacity of my desk. The monitors are bleeding beyond the capacity of the desk. Awesome. Got the camera on good. Shock Nova. Love Shock Nova. Ooh, 1,000 needles. Very powerful. Huge amount of thorn stacks. But it is very expensive. Just this once. Just this once. Prayer of Protection. Easily my favorite card. These cards are they're good cards just for the wrong build. So let's take the shards instead. The Hunting Party. Just when you finish a tough fight, a group of angry crocmen approach you. One of them says, "There is no doubt it was you who stole from our village. The footprints you left in the mud do not lie. And we have traced you here. You have two options. Pay what you stole, about 500 gold, or face the consequences. Will you pay, or will you continue your descent into murder hobo-ness?" Tell them menacingly that they were lucky you didn't burn their entire village down. Or tell them that it's their fault for leaving the village empty. Like, here's my problem. There's no option that says, "Here, have your stuff back. I don't want it." We either have to lose gold that I don't want to lose, we have to fight them that I don't want to be a murder hobo, or we have to get real lucky at 40% chance. And it sounds evil as hell. I don't want to be this evil. I'm a nice guy. I don't walk up to people and just threaten them. Well, I guess they walked up to me, but I don't, just threaten people walk up to me. If you meet me in real life, I'm gonna offer you a hug. I don't know, I'm gonna shake your hand. I'm not gonna be like, "You're lucky I didn't burn your house down yesterday." Like, I met you for the first time. What are you talking about? "Yeah, I'm gonna burn it down." I'm like, whoa, calm down. I just wanted an autograph or something. Didn't choose the murder hobo life. The murder hobo life chose you. You're right. You're absolutely right. Murder hobos! They get even angry and attack you. Hold on. They attacked me. Technically, they were the murder hobos here. Maybe students still ain't shit. Listen, if you go to work and leave your house and there's no one at your house, that gives me permission to go to your house and steal your shit. I think everyone agrees on this, right? I'm not going crazy, right? Everyone agrees? You're basically... Good guy. Have you ever seen that song by Billie Eilish, Good Girl? I think it's called? No, Good Guy. I think that's the name of the song by Billie Eilish, Good Guy. Because I'm the good guy. Is that how it goes? It's something close to that. Let's see here. Cost 0. Let's get these Shock Novas out. Zap. Not gonna lie, I personally love the feel of the zaps. This person here is gonna take 37 damage. I'm sorry, 57 damage to the start of their turn. He is already dead. This is the last threatening option. The question is, can Doles take him out with his 2 damage poisons? Because this one only hits front monster, so that's not an option. We're just gonna have to use Killer Instinct. Oh, look at this. We got it up to 3 damage. Did we do it? Was that enough? It was not. It was either close to enough. Alright. Otis. Sunbeam. Praise the sun. Praise the sun! You did it, Otis. You got him down low enough. Everyone full health? Everyone is literally full health. I can literally sit back on my chair and watch the fireworks. Look at that. Actual fireworks. I didn't even need to kill them. It wasn't me that was killing them. It was not. It was lightning from heaven. And if heaven wants to kill you, who am I to say otherwise? Otherwise. Divine power. Grant a hero huge amounts of powerful, make him real powerful. Huge amounts of bless. And an energy. Energy. Just because it grants the energy, I'm going to take this. If it didn't grant that energy, would not have taken it. Alright, let's see here. The Spider's Cave. You arrive at the entrance to a cave full of cobwebs. It is obvious that all the spiders you have been killing have come from this cave. You enter the cave hoping that it has an exit to the other side. As you enter, the ground below you begins to collapse. Wait, here. Do not advance. The group stop where tolls indicated, and most of the ground collapses, except for the part and a small ledge next to the cave wall. You advance along it to the other side. Excellent. Thank you, Dulce. You have basically saved our life, Dulce. We would have been dead without you, Dulce. I just want to go over again. I want to thank everyone who is currently viewing me. I have 14 viewers. I am quite giddy at that. This is my first time streaming. Today is the first day I've streamed. And, you know, this is a great turnout. Just great. A narrow gap. As you go further into the cave, you come across the skeleton of an adventurer. Next to him, you see a narrow gap in the wall. It seems that the adventurer tried to cross the gap, but took too long and was swarmed by spiders. Upon inspecting the gap, you notice a current of air going through it. So it surely leads somewhere else inside the cave. So I believe it's talking about this gap here. But there's nothing here. Surely there must not be a gap. Let me go first to widen the gap. Bree enters the gap, carefully uses her horns and truncheon to widen the gap when necessary. The rest of the group pass behind her with no problem. Bree, I don't think you used your horns to open this hidden cave. Let's see here. Rest among the cobwebs. You come out of the gap with a small empty space in the cave. There don't seem to be spiders around. When you inspect the place a little more, you find 3 spider cocoons. In 2 of them, there are corpses of adventurers. In the others, you cannot see anything, but you would swear that it had moved. This can be a good place to take a break, or try opening the cocoons to see if you are lucky to find something useful. Open the mystery cocoon. I think we should see what's in the mystery cocoon. When you open the cocoon, a little spider appears that looks confused. The spider approaches you, and it seems that it has mistaken you for its mother. You have made a new friend. If you want, the little spider will accompany you on your travels. Da 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 da! You have unlocked Leanti. This is the actual quest to unlock Leanti. This is 100% it. Now, we have already bought pets for everybody, but there's 2 cool things about this. The first is that we can actually have the same pet twice. So if we give Leanti to Wilbur or Bree, we'll have 2 Leantis. And there are some fairly interesting combos you can do by having 2 of the same pets. The other cool thing we can do is nothing I can think of, because I can't think of a second cool thing. So since this isn't giving me any gold anyways, I'm going to just override our previous Leanti. Hey, sometimes you think of cool things, sometimes you don't. Bunch of cocoons in the spider cave. Time to take a nap, I guess. So here's the thing. What you do, and this is advice for anybody who finds themselves in a giant spider cave in real life. Spiders only know which cocoons to eat because they're the ones that wrapped it up themselves. So like, you know you have a sandwich in your fridge because you're the one that made that sandwich and put it in the fridge. If you disguise yourself as a sandwich and go to the fridge and like hide in the fridge, like any spiders in that cave won't know that there's a sandwich in the fridge. So that makes it the perfect time to take a nap. However, and this is following up the advice, this is kind of like the caveat, little asterisk on my advice. If a spider just happens to be hungry and happens to go check their fridge and just happens to see that there's, a wrapped up cocoon of adventurers, and they see, you pre-wrapped yourself, if you get eaten, it's okay, it's technically my fault, but for legal reasons, I'm gonna say it's not my fault. So if you get eaten by a giant spider and because you cocooned yourself, it's only, let's say 50-50 my fault. That seems like a good trade. Me, the spiders weren't very organized. If you want to talk about not being organized, allow me to share you a secret. This is how I organize my drawers so I can, I finished doing laundry and I organize my drawers. This is a secret, so please don't let anyone else see this. Yep, that's my bed where I sleep on. Very organized. 10 out of 10. I've had that lady who comes to that little Asian lady who comes to your house and cleans up your house. I had her come here and she said everything is perfect the way it is. Don't need to touch a thing. The hatchery. You come to a large chamber full of eggs. Here you can also see some hatchlings and a herder who is taking care of the place. Some of the eggs look like they're about to hatch, so you can't waste any more time. Also, there is no way to advance without the herder and the spiders noticing your presence there. It seems your only option is to murder. I'm sorry, it's to fight. I don't know where I got that other word from. You must decide how to approach this fight. I'm hungry. These eggs look tasty. Dulce goes to your house, sees you have children, and says, I'm hungry. They look tasty. As he opens his mouth wide and swallows one of them whole. The spiders realize immediately that one of them is missing. They become enraged for inexplicable reasons and attack you. There's no reasons why the spiders are attacking me. I feel like they're being murder hobos right now. I just come over here and get myself a snack, and suddenly spiders. It's... How dare you steal our babies? I didn't steal them. They will have them back in a couple of hours. If anything, I am helping the development of the babies. Let's see here. Transmission. Let's give it to Wilbur. Actually, I should have given that to Dulce. I did not see that Dulce was going afterwards. Alright, this is fine though. Alright, I have one option between water jet and charged batteries. I personally prefer charged batteries because it gives me an energy for next round. Goodbye. Zippities. I don't know why I'm worried about next round. I really don't. This guy is dead. This guy is about to be dead. And Dulce, can you kill a single guy for us? Can you, Dulce? Can you look at that? And this guy is dead. Let's see here. Use that. Alright. Actually, this guy is technically alive. Look at this. He will have a single health left at the end of this. But not if he praises the sun. Heal everybody? Do we need it? Nope. Just lean back and relax. Sounds good to me. Oh, what's this? An upgraded Shock Nova. Don't mind if I do. Let's see here. Get some shards. Poison spray. Why not? Barricade is an excellent card. It is a very powerful card. You should not feel bad for having barricades in your deck. Still not going to choose it. Still not going to choose it. The Spider Queen. You reach the end of the cave and find yourselves in a chamber full of cobwebs. In it, you can see a spider and a herder patrolling. But when you look up, you see a large creature, half human, half spider. It's Tula, the Spider Queen. And your only way out of this cave, this cave, is by defeating her and climbing through the cobwebs outside. Luckily, she still hasn't detected you, but it won't be long. How do you deal with her? I can dispatch that herder easily. Listen, I don't need you to dispatch the herder, I need you to dispatch Tulas. But alright, it is what you can do. Doles vanishes into the shadows and quickly reappears behind the herder. Nothing personal, kid, he says before finishing off with a swift blow. After that, Tula notices all of you and comes down from the cobwebs to fight. Stop eating spiders. Alright, someone will have to educate me. Do lizards eat spiders in the real world? I actually don't know this. Like, this is information that now I need to know because Doles' diet has become full on spiders, and I need to know if it's healthy for him. I can't have Doles becoming thick on me. He's not the thick girl Bree. He is supposed to be skinny and small and scrawny. Okay? So, when in doubt, zap it out. Alright, Doles is going next. Let's pump him up. Alright, she has 437 health. And let's see, how much damage can we do? Not a ton, actually. This will do about 36. This will do 24. So let's go ahead and open up 36. Spam up the poison. Spam up the poison. More poison. All the poison. Also getting some bleed stacks in there as well because of our weapons. Let's see. I don't see a way for us to win this within a single round. But getting her down to essentially half health is very nice. Unwavering Faith is a vanish card, so if I use it now, I won't have it for later, so I think I'm just going to hang on to it. It's not bad to save the mana as well. So let's just go ahead and give her Barrier. We'll give Wilbur Vitalize. And we'll give Doles an extra energy. Galinho. Pure Riddle. Now, I want to reiterate the purpose of this channel. This is a brand new channel. The goal of this channel is to basically record live on stream gameplay footage of what will normally be the very first time I play a game. So this is an exception since I just love this game, but you guys will be able to see my very first run with a whole host of different indie games. And I'm going to take that footage I recorded and cut it up into essentially a review for YouTube. Since this is my first stream, I currently don't have any videos in my YouTube channel, but eventually there will be a large catalog of different reviews of the various indie games, which indie games you should buy, which indie games you should avoid, or you'll be able to make your own decisions based on watching me play and the information I provide in my reviews to see if it's something you like, because I may give a bad review, not bad review, let's just say like this. I may review a game that I personally don't find very interesting. So just because I don't find it interesting, I'm going to try to review it as neutral as possible. I definitely have my opinion in it. But basically, you guys know what reviews are. Just trying to explain as best I can to... And something else. My reviews are going to have scripts, so none of this. Death to the Queen. Oh, poor Queen. Recently died. After a tough fight, you finish off Tula, the Spider Queen. Doles proceeds to eat her. Now you will take a short break to regain your strength and look for a way out to get out of this cave. Also, you need some time for the effects of the Tula poison to wear off, little by little. While you wait, you can open up the cocoons of the dead adventurers captured by Tula and search for useful items. You only open the cocoons in which you saw dead adventurers to make sure you do not have to face more spiders. After a while, you have a good amount of objects and golds. You choose the ones that suit you best, then you rest for a while. Spider Queen's Eye. For every sight charge you apply, apply one poison. Very powerful with a certain build. Ooh, Venom Fang. Probably going to take this on him. Gets a lot of poison charges, gets invulnerable charges, a lot of optimal effects. Life Essence is basically a direct upgrade to her, but I'll give it to Otis instead because Otis also has quite a few Vitality cards. And I'm gonna give Berserker Potion to Wilbur, so he has some constantly growing amount of damage. The rest is just gonna be a skip. And now we leave the spider caves, and Tholes will have to go hungry. I'm sorry, Tholes. I forgot to click one of those. But I also am not a fan of making the enemies harder just before the final boss. Or at least the final boss for this area. So I'm actually okay that I didn't click on that one. I was gonna say, that bouncing shield that I grabbed, it is so expensive and I keep getting it in my opening hand. It has not proven useful. Like, I wanted to give that card a second chance because I've told you when I chose it that I did not like that card. And as I'm experiencing the second chance, still not liking it. Still not liking it. So you got a well-fed, nice. He is stealth, so let's make sure we get an attack off first. Looks like we don't have... This is not a great hand overall. There's no point in using that journal. I'm already at max energy. Apply some Sanctuary. Gives Cups a lot of healing and defenses to the entire team. Very powerful heal for Otis. It's gonna stack up to heal even further. Give some energy to her. Keep the rest of my energy. No point in wasting it all when everybody is full health and is getting an absurd amount of defenses. I will keep you safe. There are some characters where if you do this a lot to them, they will sometimes say something. It's a little bit of an Easter egg, but I think it might be limited to just Magnus who says something. Alright. Twin Squirrels. Duplicate a spell in your hand and put it in target's deck. Not a great hand. Let's just give Otis a charge battery so he has something to do in case he doesn't get any damage cards. We're just going to focus the chick in the middle. Give Otis some energy. Block up. Love that battle shout. Love that piercing howl. Get that energy back with Blood Rage. Get that energy back in Rage. We're going all out. We're playing all our cards. Bree to 11. Thick Girl 100 defense. Let's go. Can't touch this. And over 200 health. Her maximum health is supposed to be 146, and it currently is 210 because of all these vitality stacks. I love it. It's my favorite thing to do on her. Alright, let's see here. We have one stealth and one card to go with our stealth, so that's fine. Let's go with the healthiest girl, 100 damage, goodbye. Go ahead and get rid of this guy, and we'll expose armor on the last girl. 56 damage. Goodbye. Oh man, I just love it when everything goes right. Or is it? I love it when a plan comes together. Delicious. Weird. Little rock or something. Purple ground slam. I will be taking that. Applying 15% vulnerable to the entire enemy team. That sounds like it will pair very well. I just like evocation. Prayer of protection is absolutely excellent. Although over here, I think we're just going to skip. And here comes the boss. Now, lurking in the water, to reach the obelisk, you have to cross a pond of water. When you approach, you see something moving underneath. Suddenly, four snake-shaped heads appear. It's a hydra! Each head looks a little different from the rest, and you take some time to name them according to their characteristics. Since it doesn't move, you can decide how to position yourselves and choose which heads you want to stand in front of the fight to first. Blah, 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 blah. And choose which head you want to stand in front of to fight first. Stand in front of to fight first. Is that grammatically correct? I honestly can't tell. Alright. So, here's a little spoilers. This may take multiple playthroughs to realize this. You may not never even realize this, but whichever head you choose to fight in the front will give their defensive buff based on your elements. So if we go here to status, the elements go physical, elemental, and mental. So whichever one is first will be that amount of element resistance. So if we choose the first guy to be first, he's gonna have, the enemy team's gonna have all physical damage reduction, a huge amount of it. So we want to choose whichever our team is doing the least of. Bree does a lot of physical damage, Dole does a lot of physical damage, Wilbur does a lot of elemental damage. So we have no one really doing mental damage, so that's the one we're going to go with. So Malice is going to send the front. Blah, blah, blah. And there you go. They all start with Courage, giving them 30% mystical damage reduction. Look at this. This guy has 92% dark reduction. 92%. You hit him with 100 damage, he takes 8. It's nothing. But luckily we're not doing mystical damage. We're not doing dark damage. We're doing physical, and we're doing a little bit of lightning damage. So this works for us. Should have done the Intimidate first. That was my bad. Let's just give it to her. It's fine. All heroes. Oh man, they're using lightning against us. Look at that. He put wet and he hit us with a lightning bolt. This guy knows what's up. When you think you are the only one that knows the tactics, and then the enemies are doing your tactics against you. Alright, let's randomize some wet. Oh, this guy's immune to wet. Okay, it makes sense that he's immune to wet. He is literally in a river. Alright, shock. Give some energy. How about Dole's? Dole's likes energy. Well, to be fair, everybody likes energy. But I feel like Dole's is one of our better damage dealers. And we don't have to just predict that. We can actually confirm that. If we click here, combat stats, one of my favorite features of this game. It tells us the exact amount of damage everyone's been doing. And actually, Wilbur is slightly ahead of Dole's. It's close, but he is ahead. Alright, Dole's, what do you got for us? So Sneaky Strike and Dual Strike would actually go onto the same enemy. But I have enough energy, and since Camouflage gives me a Sharp that increases all my damage with all these attacks, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my weakest attack first. And then I'm going to use Deflect now that I'm out of stealth. And then I'm going to Camouflage. Hit him with the Sneaky Strike. And follow up with the Dual Strike. And I'm pretty sure that order of doing attacks was the highest possible damage I could have done. And it was so high that this guy died. Excellent. Apply a little bit of poison on the guy in the back, and we'll just leave it on from there. By the way, guys, I would love recommendations for what game you want to see on stream next. Basically, which game should I do a review of next? That is the primary purpose of these streams, is literally to record footage so we can make reviews. So if you want me to review your favorite game, this is the time to make recommendations. Let's see here. I'm gonna give this to Doles. This heal should be removed from my deck. It does not heal for very much, and it's so very expensive. Ouchies. That's just rude. Can't believe he bit me. You know, the more they attack me, the more I feel attacked. Not like on a physical level, like on a personal level. Like, you've ever just been having a good time just traveling the countryside with your friend of murder hobos, and people just keep trying to kill you? Saying stuff like, you stole our stuff, or you killed our parents. Like, just because those things absolutely happened doesn't mean you should, like, leave your life and hunt me down to take, I don't know, vengeance. What does that even mean? Like, stop trying to take vengeance and instead do what you can with what's left of your life. I wonder if I should move this camera back slightly. Oh, nope. Alright, there's not any more room back there. I'll think of something at a different time. I'll worry about that later. Just make sure it's pointing correctly. Let's actually pay attention to what I'm doing here. That's an overkill. That's an underkill. Overkill it is. 36 damage. 38 damage. 12 damage. Actually, no. Let's go to the guy in the back, because he can actually get poisoned. Nice, nice. Keep me healed, please. Heal some more. This 0 mana gives a huge amount of defenses. Most importantly, Otis's special effect is Shielder. When you apply Shield, heal for 30% of that amount. So not only will this heal for, provide basically 16 to 21 block, but it will also heal for 5. 7. I know math. I knew it was going to be 7, didn't it? I was testing you guys. You guys weren't sure it was going to be 7. I was. Let's see here. Vitalize. I really don't need to do this. But why not? I have plenty of energy to spare. Okay, so here is a super minor grievance with the energy system. And it's especially minor because it does give the information. You can see your energize up here on the top left. So that symbol that is showing up right here is how many energizes you have in the upcoming round. But that information is basically not really visible if your energy is max. So you having to look up there is a little clunky. So right now, Wilbur, let me go ahead and spend a single energy. See what I mean? It has 9 yellows, 1 green, instead of like how here she has 4 greens. It should be 3 greens, but you can't really see that. And like I said, the information is technically present. It's up here on the top left. I just overall don't like it. And that's so far the biggest complaint I've had for this game. That insignificantly minor inconvenience. That's all it is. It's a minor inconvenience. I have no attacks. 0. This is what happens when you... Okay. I have 1 attack. 1. This is what happens when you build a bad deck. Or when you don't remove enough cards from your deck. Like that sneak attack, I should have removed my deck so very long ago. But it's still there. Just clogging my deck. Making it worse. For no reason at all. La 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 la. La 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 la. I don't know where that came from. I love Combustion. It is one of my favorite cards. But it does not work on a water mage, which is what we're doing right now. So we're just going to take the crystals. For 0 mana, apply negative 25% defense and +4 damage. Do not mind if I do. Do not mind if I do at all. Let's see what we got here. Ooh. Not bad. We'll give that one to Wilbur here. Give the Storm Tiara to Wilbur as well. I should have given the Storm Tiara to Wilbur. This is such a good ring. Wait, restart. Undo! That is a feature that they did not have before. And I'm glad that they added it. Alright, so there is positives and negatives to this, because his +2 speed right now is what is allowing him to go before Doles, and that's what's allowing him to pull ahead of Doles in DPS. Once he loses that speed bonus, he's gonna lose his placement. But overall, this will mean a significant damage increase, so we are gonna take it. Doles is no longer applying bleed, so we're just gonna not worry about that anymore and worry about him having additional sharp charges. Pig can get some powerful charges. Why not? Powerful also affects heals, so this is just alright. This would also have been a decent equipment for the pig. It's whatever. This is also decent on her. It's also whatever. I just like this one because it gives her Thorns. Thorns deals damage. I like damage. Alright, let's see here. Next we get the choice of red or blue. And endless choice. They say that they're still in the Gulch. Endlessly battle for dominance. The red-blue wars. My heart goes out to them. But my favorite color is red. So we're going to red. The group crossed through their second obelisk, and as before, found a more recent trail of the princess and Lord Hanshek. They remembered that the Queen of Sinithia, known for her great magical powers, also disappeared a few years ago. Could the princess have inherited those powers, and is Lord Hanshek taking advantage of her? They had too many questions to turn back now. They must reach Lord Hanshek at all costs. In this area, they were not surprised to see that there were also an active obelisk on the horizon. This time, the group had a feeling that if they hurried, they might be able to catch up. Go to the town. We always go to town. Alter. Let's go ahead and remove a few of these not so great cards. Our decks have become a little bit bulky at 25 cards each. We have given... Okay. No. We're gonna remove Bouncing Shield. We're gonna upgrade 1,000 Needles so that it provides absurd amount of Thorns. And we're gonna remove a couple of these Intimidates. They're not bad. They're perfectly good cards. It's just... You could be drawing something that's more impactful instead. If these decks were a lot weaker, I'd leave those cards in because they're basically free cards, and oftentimes you won't be able to afford playing different cards. Or if these decks had way more expensive cards, I would leave them in. But in our current situation, it's fine to remove them. Um, your deck is awful. It is actually ugly, but I'm not going to touch it very much. I'm going to remove this heavy heal card, which is not synergized with you. Also going to remove your sunbeams. Am I going to remove your sunbeams? I'm going to upgrade your sunbeams. What I pretty sure, yep, here we go. This sunbeam applying burning is basically acting as anti-synergy with Wilbur applying wets. So by upgrading them, they no longer apply burning, no longer have anti-synergy. Thinking about upgrading these as well. The upgrade is not huge, but it's fine to show a little bit of love. And those, we're going to remove the what's that card? Sneak peeks. It's just clunky. It's not a bad card. I just don't feel like it adds enough. In certain decks, very specific decks, this card can add a lot of value. This is not that deck. These dual strikes, I'm going to remove one. I'm going to remove a Viper Strike as well. Just so we get a higher density of the higher damage support cards. Not support, offensive cards. Chalice of Kings. Look at this beautiful card. +1 Sanctify Charge, +1 Bless, +3 damage, +3 healing. Actually, the healing doesn't matter. We don't have any heal cards in the deck. This is a wash. Life Essence and Seashell amounts basically equal to each other. Everything else is neutral. Yeah, that's neutral. Neutral. Yeah, nope. Alright, that's enough. Let's get going. Nobody likes for people to spend way too much time in town. Let's see here. When in doubt, just go to the place that's nice and purple. So let's head to right here. And go from the upper path or the lower path. Let's go this way. Reinforced steel, double your defense. That doesn't do anything. Let's get 1,000 monies, why not? Now, as I was saying before, because we're taking this map second, these enemies are quite a bit stronger than if you had gone here directly, which makes sense, of course. If they weren't, this would be, well, even more cake than it currently already is. Oh, okay. Let's see here. Random monster, poison spray. Let's do it. Oh man, I hit that guy in the eye. Oh, those. Just gross, dude. It's just not proper. I'm gonna spread the love here because I know Wilbur will be going up next, and hopefully he'll get some nice AoE zappy going. Got some rains, got some shock novas. We're also gonna give Otis here a shock nova. It's gonna be Shock Nova City. Should have used this water jet first. That's called me playing poorly, but also not caring that much because one of the things this game features is something called madness levels. It basically makes the game significantly more difficult and adds a ton of replayability. I am currently not utilizing that feature, so me making small mistakes does not have huge consequences. Let me see something here. Does this heal? It does not. Okay. I was just testing to see if it would heal even though I'm ult at 0. Ouchies. That's a nice dunk you got on there, boy. Explosive gifts. Shuffle a bomb into the target's deck. smoke bomb. Hey, get out here. I haven't done murdering you yet. If you can't hit him directly, you just have to hit them all. Oh, still not enough though. That good pets. Who's a good pet? You're a good pet. Alright. Literally don't have a good turn on him, but nothing wrong with flooding allies with energy. Wow, that guy just died. I was not expecting that. Doles is at maximum energy right now. There is no way he is leaving this guy standing. Right? Doles? Thank you, Doles. Let's see here. And oh, look at this. This is actually a new feature. So before you say just shuffle a scroll of intellect into the target's deck, no color, they added the color to represent the color of the rarity of the card that's going into the opponent's deck. So it's showing us that you're shuffling a purple scroll of intellect into the target's deck. Purple scroll of intellect grants a card draw immediately, grants a card draw to somebody else, and grants 2 energy to whoever you want. This card is insane. For 2 energy, we're generating 8 and a whole bunch of card draws. I'm speechless. It's not that my audio went out. I'm just speechless. I have nothing to say of how insanely good that effect is. Normally I don't take hot drops, but you know, let's have some synergy with Bree going. Why not? Agree to kill the beast for them. The Raging Beasts. You arrive at the entrance of a cave, and a pile of small bones catch your attention. They are clearly goblin bones. From where you are, you can hear the goblin-eating creature. It seems to be quite large and furious. This is definitely the creature the goblins have asked you to eliminate. We can just leave. We don't need to go inside and kill this guy. Like, if we do go inside and kill this guy, that would literally make us murder hobos. We don't have to be murder hobos. We do have the choice to leave. So I'm going to choose that. I'm going to leave. You know what? We are reducing the murder hobo-ness of the world, because this guy is clearly murder hoboing goblins, and that's bad for the goblin economy. So we're doing a good thing. Because I don't know if you ever seen certain animes, but goblins are the good guys in most animes. And if you tell me that there's an anime in which they are the bad guys, I will not have it. That's clearly a smear campaign. Oh, I'm 1 energy short of using Poison Spray. Or am I? Poison Spray! 21 damage. That's a lot of smacks right into their stomachs. My favorite thing about this guy is that he has 830 health. That is more health than the final boss of the previous area, the Hydra. The Hydra had about 300 health each, 400. Alright, so, okay, maybe the Hydras had more total health. But this guy's up there on the... He's in the competition. His health, he's a chunky boy. That's what I'm trying to get at. Let's see here. We have 6 energy. So we're not going to be able to afford everything. I think I'm going to go with the Tome of Intellect and the Shock Nova. Shock Nova is going to reduce his speed, so a couple of people go before him. Hopefully that'll be enough for us to actually finish him off. If it isn't, then it isn't. Let's see here. Gonna get our defenses up nice and high. These are just pretty much spot checks for healing. Anyone's taking a little bit of damage, I'm going to drop it onto them. And I don't know, just drop it on the tank. Look at this. Almost everyone with 100 defense. Okay, like 60 plus at least. I may have oversaid when I said 100. Sadly, I don't think we're gonna have enough damage to kill this guy before he gets his turn. We are applying a lot of poison, but poison basically still gives him his turn, so that's no good. All up to you, Wilbur. What do you got for us? Oh, man. Oh, no, I should not have done that. Wait. If this hits Wilbur 3 times, I can still use Shock Nova. It did not. It's okay. This is his one turn. Will he actually hurt me? He will not. So it's okay. It's all according to plan. Translator note. Plan means Keikaku. Nope. Scroll of Intellects. Yes. Eviscerates. Oh, that's so much power. I don't know if he's can afford this. It's a very expensive attack. But because Wilbur here is providing a lot of energy, I think he might be able to afford it. Let's see here. When you heal a hero, give him a powerful and a regeneration. Sadly, the bell is currently taking up that slot, so not really an option. You can also give Edge of Fury to those here, so he gets some Fury stacks. It's not the worst idea. I'm pretty sure Edge of Fury is just a little bit better than his Venom Fangs. So yeah, let's go with that. As far as everything else is concerned, we're just going to skip it. Perfect. Not only does this have basically a 0% chance of success, but none of us are currently injured. This is a waste, 100%. Let's grab this here. Maybe we can find some crystals. Success, 240 gold. Another Eviscerate. You know what? Let's do it. Let's get all the Eviscerates. Legendary cards all the way to 11. Cards that we basically can't afford all the way to the end. Get nice and angry, girl. Let's see. Who has really high defense? This guy. Let's reduce your defense. Let's reduce it more. Let's reduce it more. Let's reduce it more. Ow. Ow. Now, some people may have been noticing that every time... Okay, Bree is taking a lot of damage. But every time they hit Bree, they're gaining poison stacks. It's like, what? Does Thorns apply poison? Naturally, it doesn't. But one of the many very interesting perks you can take is, instead of Thorns dealing direct damage, it instead applies poison. So, if we see here, Bree has done almost as much poison damage as Dulce has, which is absurd. You thought she was just standing here? Nah, she was poisoning you, man. This whole time. This girl is poison. Alright, let's see here. We are currently stealth, so we want this damage bonus. This, what is it? 20% damage bonus. I don't think that's worth it. I'm just getting his Find Weakness. Get the 20% damage reduction. 20% armor reduction, and +4 to the flat damage received. So yeah, this is now 9 damage, and it was 4 before. So see, there are some cases where breaking your stealth early to apply a debuff is actually better than just, you know, ramming face. Ooh, Tome of Intellect. Ooh, Unstable Power. This is the only spell I have. Excellent. Let's focus on that guy. Since you like giving out energy so much, give it all up to Otis, who is now at max energy. Oh, maybe I should have given some to Dole since he has that Eviscerate in his deck now. Ah, it'll be fine. Alright. Prayer of Protection. What we're gonna do here. I'm gonna use these Prayer of Protections to increase my defense. And now that my defense is up, I'm going to use... Oh, let's also do Protect from Evil. Oh, no. Use Fanaticism. It's gonna do more damage to my defense. Then we use Protect from Evil to heal me back up. And it healed her a bunch too. I honestly had already forgotten that she took damage. Alright. Doles is at 0 speed, and he needs more energy, so this seems like a perfect time for this for him. But I do want somebody who has a little bit more time to go first, so we'll give Scroll of Intellect to Wilbur. Heal her a little bit more. Heal her for 13. Lovely stuff. Let's see. Let's just remove this guy. Put him into death range. Huge defense values across the board right now, sitting at 82 each. So we should be fine for this attack. Even with the, let's see, the freezes that the enemies are about to spam on us. Wait. Oh, okay, hold on. Paralyzed, skip next turn. How's that working? I'm not sure, actually. Piggy actually did get paralyzed. Get him wet first. We're gonna do the double zap. Is that enough to win? The double zap. The double zap. Shock Nova. Ooh, purple. Costs nothing. Pick a melee card from my discard pile, put it into my hand, and reduce the cost by 1. I like it. I like it a lot. Charge battery. Costs 1 energy and gives back 2. The fact that it also deals damage, it's just insignificant. It's practically irrelevant. We don't even care about that. We just care that it's giving us energy back. Let's see. Get some crystals. Get some crystals. Alright, guys. I've been streaming now for 3 hours straight. I will be back in just a minute or two. So All right. Sorry about that. I'm back. Let's see, where did we leave off? Yes. Our travels to the lava cascade. The lava cascade. You are in front of a large lava cascade. Lava cascade? The lava cascade. If you manage to climb it, you would reach the top of the volcano, but it seems very dangerous. In the middle of the cascade, the lava cascade, you realize that there is a chest half burned by the lava cascade, but reaching it is also difficult. Doing both at the same time seems almost impossible. So let's see here. Doing both at the same time is a 19% chance. Doing either one is 55. But here's the thing. Our goal was to check out whatever this purple book is. This is a purple event. We want to know what this purple event is. If we climb the lava cascade at this point, at this time, we will not be able to see what that is. So we do not want to climb it. We want to come down. So the chest doesn't even matter to us. The important part is coming down. It's okay because we failed the chest. The terrain is way more unstable. And before we burn to death in the lava cascade, the lava cascade, the lava cascade, we're just gonna leave. Ooh, purple evocation. It generates 2 energy and only costs 1. I love it. It's my favorite thing ever. Alright, 35 health enemies. Let's do this. Let's see. The first thing we're gonna do is piercing howl. Alright, unforgiving nature, enrage. Let's see. We have 5 energy to spend, so we have to choose between one of these two. Let's help the entire team here by applying more vulnerable stacks. That puts everybody down to negative 25%. That should be a wealth of extra damage by basically all the other characters in our team. Caltrops. Oh no! I forgot to do the attack. This is what I get for taking a break. I forget everything. Everything. Alright. So, let's see. Find this guy's weakness. Tell me your weakness, sir. Tell me all about it, because I need to know. Your weaknesses. Your weaknesses. These guys have a lot of health. Is that the bonus? Yes, plus 35 health. I'm just trying to figure out, like, why aren't they all dead yet? Just disappointed by my lack of murdering. Okay. Who needs energy? Well, you're the last one who's gonna go, so you get it. And since I definitely want to shock Nova, let's see if we can hit this guy. We can't. That's okay. You know what? I didn't even want to hit that guy. That guy's not worthy to be hit by me. You know what I mean? Only cool people get hit by me. Not losers like that guy. Okay. Let's just use up all the defense cards. Defense cards. This 38 damage. This is not because Otis is the king of damage. It's not because Otis just wants to do 38 damage. That's because Bree took the time to reduce this guy's defense by 45%, which is making this essentially do double damage. So, no, we're not going to thank you, Otis. We're going to say, thank you, Bree. Miss Thickness. And we're going to thank her even more by having her gain some energy. Really? Now you show up? If this had... You know what? I'm going to say it's my fault. Because if I had played it completely different, so that I had played this in the beginning, our turn would have been so much more powerful. This is why this should be a rule. Always draw your cards first. After you've drawn your cards, you see your hands, you know what you're working with, then you can formulate a plan. Otherwise, you end up getting your buff card at the very end after it's too late. Now, I want to say, this game does feature a reload combat option. It's a very useful option. It can allow you to correct mistakes, but and there's no shame in using it. But I feel also like that's a waste of time. I feel like we can win without any significant consequences, uh, without hitting that button. So we're just not going to. So let's see. Blood Rage, get some energy. Do I have any draw effects here? Does not look like I do. So this one heals based on the size of my hand. Get that out there. Look at this. Bree has healed for 31. What an excellent healer. Let's see. Can I kill this guy without using Intimidates? Probably not. So let's use one. Is that gonna be enough? No? Well, two. Okay, there you go. 2 Intimidates, that's enough. Actually, 1 probably would have been enough. And we could have intimidated the next guy. But probably won't make a big difference. So it's fine. I wouldn't mind, because right now we're basically playing on easy mode. I'm essentially have a maxed out account because my perks are all maxed. So this is much easier than someone who is picking up this game for the first time would experience. However, part of it is that I want to do essentially a new player experience, and part of it is that I'm gathering footage for this to become a review video for YouTube. So that is the point of the streams of my Twitch channel, is that I'm going to play the indie games you guys love on stream live and take that video up, cut it up, and make a review video for YouTube. Hopefully you guys enjoy this type of content. Let's see, Water Jet, Shock Nova. Actually, maybe I should just do a bigger Shock Nova since. Let's do this one. Who's next? Piggy. Right now, this is my first time streaming, so I want to thank every viewer who is currently watching. This is honestly pretty exciting for me. Hopefully, I will continue having essentially a steady growth of viewers. For now, though, my goal is to just build up a catalog of reviews. So I will be streaming heavily in the upcoming days to basically build up video so I can expand the catalog. Maybe in a few weeks, maybe a month, I should have several videos on YouTube detailing all sorts of different indie games. Colossal Blow. Purge the enemy's reinforced. Okay, whatever. Deal a medium amount of damage, and you gain a bit of powerful. Sorry, Colossal, you're just not colossal enough for me. Garden of Thorns is interesting, though. The reason why this is interesting is that if you have any plus increases to your thorns, like we do, as you can see in here, character stats, plus 2 thorns. When this divides your thorns, it also applies plus 2 for each character. So this is essentially plus 8 thorns to each character. Let's see here. For protection is great. The rest is whatever. Oh, a level up. So we're going damage it on free. We don't really have any books for Wilbur, so we'll get a Tesla coil. Otis, as fun as this is, we're going to go ahead and get the defense one. And Deadly Strikes, sounds good to me. Alright, the mysterious drone. You arrive at some ancient ruins, and after investigating for a while, you find a room with 3 glyphs on the floor. A throne at the end of the room and a mural above the throne. According to the images on the mural, you believe that a ritual was performed here in which one person sat on the throne while 3 others were placed on the top of each glyph.
Then the throne was activated and made the person on the throne ascend or gave him some kind of power. Do you want to try to perform the ritual? If so, who will sit on the throne? Ooh, we get to upgrade their cards. How about you? You will sit on the throne, Bree. Let's see. You perform the ritual as indicated on the mural, and the throne is activated. At that moment, you all feel refreshed, and the one on the throne has the feeling of being able to perform his combat skills more time than usual. Wow, what a specific feeling! I love it when I feel that I can perform my combat skills more time than usual. Like the other day, I was feeling happy because I got a nice toy. A few weeks before then, I was feeling sad because something, really tragic happened in my life. But today, I feel like I'm able to perform my combat skills more times than usual. As you sat on the throne, a secret compartment opened on one side of the room. Looking inside, you find a pile of gold, magic shards, and a large emerald. Excellent. Let's see here. Free upgrade. Why not? We could use more upgrades. My favorite thing about the Garden of Thorns, it's that it's not a bad way of getting thorns if you don't have a very many of them. So right now I only have 6, and if I use this, and I'll have 14. A lot of things trigger there. I'm not 100% sure what it was, but now I have 14 thorns. Everyone else has 10 thorns. So I feel like this was a pretty good deal for me. You know what? I should have used this first. I should have used that first. See, this is why they don't pay me the big bucks. They pay me the little bucks. It's very sad. Alright, let's see here. I am currently stealthed. So what I'm going to do is uh, expose armor, followed by camouflage, followed by blade dance. The perfect play. Oh, followed by dual strike, I guess. Why not? Free dual strike. Rain, rain. Sky. Those never has enough energy. All those eviscerates are just brutal on his energy. Something I like about this game, and I'll have to wait until we get back to the main map before I go into more details about this. But basically, is that the enemies we're fighting have been very distinct. We're fighting very different enemies all the time, as well as uh, they're very localized. And when I get back to the main map, I'll be able to demonstrate that a little bit better. But basically, as we are at a volcano, we are facing enemies that you would expect to be volcano enemies. Like we're facing mountains and actual magma or lava elementals. And it's subtle because it flows so well that you don't really notice that these things are happening. Like, even if it wasn't happening, even if the enemies were kind of like just like a jumble for whatever map location you're currently on, it would probably have been fine. But the fact that the enemies are kind of pre-written into certain locations uh, adds a lot to the feeling that you are actually in the world. And I think that's huge. There, it feels like this game has been made with a lot of love. There's a lot of more backgrounds than was probably necessary. Like this could have had a much simpler background, but instead we do see uh, in the faded amounts of gold, a stack of gold here, some shards. Like it all flows together very well. How long was it in early access? I want to say around 3 to 5 months. And I played it while it was in early access, and it only had essentially half the game. It had the first map, the fire map, and the green map. That's it. So everything beyond that, the blue map and the final two locations, as well as the additional map modes such as the Obelisk challenge, weren't really around in the early access. It might have been longer than that. Let me see if I can find their news, but it wasn't as long as I expected. I feel like 6 months is about correct because I'm right there with you. Sometimes I see a game in early access and I'm just like, oh, great, an interesting game that it will probably never come into fruition, right? So you're just like, you don't want to get too into it because you don't expect the developers to really work on it that much. It, that exactly as well, and based on the insane quality, like this is another very beautiful background of the circles. The artists clearly took a lot of love. This was clearly a passion project, not only for the programmer but the artist. It's a two-man team, and they just did a fantastic job. I One of the things I have told the developers and suggested to them and was basically that they should do skins for DLC skins for the characters. And it's such a minor thing, but I feel like I did not give them enough money for how good this game was. That's how I feel about this game, or how good this game is, I should say. If you are liking this game, this is 100% support the developers. This game is called Across the Obelisk, as is obvious on Twitch. Apologies, I'm not 100% used to being a Twitch streamer yet. But this game absolutely deserved your love. A goblin bombardier comes to your aid. The elemental lord. You reach the summit of the volcano, and the obelisk of the Velcraft is a few meters in front of you. Across a rocky path in the lava, when you take a few steps on the path, a giant lava elemental appears. It is an elemental lord. Ignito, the elemental lord, seems to be guarding the path to the obelisk and does not attack you immediately. When you retreat, he plunges back into the lava. This is great. A goblin bombardier comes to your aid. Because we helped the goblin village here, they are now helping us. But yes, this is what I meant for the map. Like, the enemies you fight here are all harpies. The enemies you fight down here are those ramboys and goblins and such. The enemies you fight here are like cultists and such and imps. So the enemies being based on the location is a 50-50. It can be a little bit more boring for uh, if you are if you just want something that's constantly random. However, there is, let me back out. You must finish an active event before exiting the game. Okay, Goblin Bombardier. Let's go. Exit game. Current progress will be saved. And I love that. I love that it saves my progress. I can, if I don't have time to finish a game, I don't want to feel like, oh, I need to leave my computer on, or, oh, screw it, I'll just lose all my progress because, I need to go to work, I need to uh, go to church, I need to go to a date, I need to do something else with my life. And I hate having to leave my game behind. So being able to constantly save the game like that does not take away from the rogue-like experience. It just adds convenience. But madness. If you prefer random combats like other rogue-like games, then there is an option for that. The game even rewards you for this. It gives you additional bonuses uh, in victory points at the end of the game, which really doesn't matter, but it is there. So if you want a more traditional roguelike experience where all the enemies are random, that is an option. That is perfectly fine. But if you want this basically curated adventure that the developers took a lot of time and care to do, Magnifico. And look at that, we're back. How are you doing, Igdo? I'm sorry. Thank you for pausing for a minute, Inigdo, so we can take a look at the main screen for a moment. All right, always enraged. Ooh, standard bear. Should have done standard bear a second, but it shouldn't matter too much. How much can we afford? Can afford it all. Damage by others, love it. Spike shield, why not? Let's see here. I would love to check how long this game came out in early alpha, but it may take me a minute to actually find the information, and I don't know if I want to leave the stream silent for that long. I do know it wasn't that long though. Like it came out fairly quick after the. I'm gonna use this one first. It gives me an energy back because I have momentum. I'm gonna camouflage. Now I'm gonna use poison spray. Let's see here. But yeah, there's quite a few games that are in early access that have been in early access for what feels now to be decades. And do I feel like they're gonna leave early access? I mean, I hope. I hope. But do I feel it? That's the problem. I don't want to be like a bearer of negativity. So let's just say yes. He said with his eyes dead. Let's just say yes. Always draw your cards first. I learned that mistake earlier. Unwavering faith. Oh, the amount of vitality stacks I'm about to apply right now is going to be glorious. And not to mention the amount of shield stacks. So let's see. I don't think anybody's gonna die. True, and they didn't. They're even apprehensive now about selling DLC for anything really. Like I know, so I'm 100% pro consumerism. That's fine, but I also understand that this game has offered so much content for such a low price that I personally, and this doesn't have to be true for everybody, feel like this game deserves a cheap DLC that is honestly like a skin pack. And it will 100% be essentially made for people who want to invest in the game more. And it won't be like a content thing. And I hope they do that. Now, I also hope that they do a proper DLC with a ton of new content in every direction. That would be amazing. I would review that instantly, play that a ton, and I'm already almost salivating just to get my hands on it, even though it doesn't exist. But if you can, I absolutely know what you're talking about. There are quite a few games that do have DLC super early. It's shameful. It's disgusting, I think. If you have any off the top of your head that you can suggest for me to look into right now, I wouldn't mind checking it out. Oh man, look at all these zaps. How much damage was that? That was so much damage. I was not paying enough attention. I was on autopilot mode. Man, I don't even need to do this. I can just enchant and he'll die. Arc, yeah, that sounds right. I did play Arc while I was in early access as well. I remember the days where I spent, what was it, 3 days taming a dinosaur. Literally taming where I spent sleepless nights. This is how I slept during those 3 days of taming. Oh, I gotta push the button. I gotta push the button. Okay, you good? You good? There's nothing around me. Okay, okay, okay. I get to sleep. Okay, sleep. Okay, I gotta push the button. I gotta push the button. I gotta push the button. That is not a good gameplay experience, Ark. That was not good for my health. Oh my god. Golden Bell is still better. Okay, see, this is the problem. All these cards are perfectly good. Just none of them, sorry, equipment, all these equipment are perfectly good. Just none of these equipments are good enough. So skip, 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 get all this cash. Oh, I didn't read the intro box. I'm so sorry. See, my brain is going too far into autopilot mode. Alright. Town 4. Look at all this equipment. Is any of this equipment worth buying? Dreamcatcher, maybe? On this guy? Nope. This is... Bell is way too good. Ooh, Viper Ring. Viper Ring is legit. For every poison you apply a plus. Yeah, apply a bleed. Insanely powerful. See here. Greater Mana Potion is really good as well. Do have anybody that can hold on to that? Yeah, we can do it on her. The thing I just replaced is insanely good as well, but it's okay. It's gonna be okay. Now, there is a ridiculous combo with the Viper Ring. I'm not actually gonna do it, but I do want to show it off. Okay, it's not the Viper Ring. I was wrong. It's the Venom Ring, and that I don't have. But this here says whenever, transform bleed into poison. And if you upgrade it, it becomes even 1.5 times poison. Now, technically, this card is naturally a bad card. Not looking at the upgrades, just this. Paying 1 mana to transform something that happens at the start of the turn to something that happens at the end of the turn is a bad thing. It's a downgrade. You don't want to do this. This is normally a bad card. However, if you have the Venom Ring, Venom, okay, it's not the Venom Ring. What is it? It's one of the rings. Hope, Fire, Sapphire, Vile, Virulence. There it is. Wait. Oh, it is the Viper Ring. What am I saying? Wait. Yes. Alright, so for every poison I'm gonna apply. Alright. I got my head on straight. I'm gonna explain this properly now. I got my head on straight. For every poison I apply, I'm gonna apply a bleed as well. So I'm gonna apply 50 poison, I'm gonna get 50 bleed. And then I'm going to use this poison blood to transform the 50 bleed that the ring had created to make 100 poison. Or 50 more poison. And that 50 more poison will become 50 more bleed. So I literally doubled the amount of degeneration on the opponent. Even more so if I use this gold version. If you ever see a picture or a video of this game and someone has a million stacks of poison, this is the combo. This is it. It's Poisonous Blood and the Viper Ring. And like I said, I'm not gonna do it. At least not the Poison Blood part, because it's so insanely overpowered that it trivializes everything. But that's it. That's the combo. If you guys want to just win the game, even on some of the harder difficulties, try to find the Viper Ring and use Poison Blood. Even now, these guys already have 13 stacks of degeneration on them. All right, let's see how it works. Oh, enrage first. Okay. Let's see how if I use 1,000 needles first and then use Garden of Thorns. We'll see how much that ends up being. 58 on myself. Now 33 on myself, but everybody else has 27. Maybe. It feels like it was a wash. Not bad, not great. Going back to Arc for a minute. At the end of the day, I couldn't realize what was the point of Arc because there's two ways to play, right? Either you play completely normal, everything at 100%, um, and it's a grind fest. You need to kill, I don't know, 100 trees to make a small house. You need to kill mine for hours to get enough materials to make bullets, and you need to basically make a factory. You need to do all these things to be able to tame your dinosaurs, use that dinosaurs. So at that point, if you're at 1 times, it takes so much time and dedication to build up everything that the secondary elements, the going to war with other players, it feels awful. I don't want to throw away all this commitment. I don't want my, I don't know, Brontosaurus or a Brachiosaurus that I spent days training, taming both to just disappear because some idiot shot it. I want to protect it. So in my head, that doesn't make any sense. So 1 times arc, it sounds and feels awful. The other way to play arc is the, I don't know, 100 times arc, where you go to a server that has everything set up to 100. So it no longer takes 5 days to tame a dinosaur. It takes like a fairly reasonable hour or two. Um, in which case, it's fine at that point as far as these systems, like having dinosaurs and such. But then the problem becomes that I have almost full energy. I'm not gonna use the evocation. That you realize that it's not fun. um, hold on. So these enemies are a little bit more difficult than the enemies we were fighting previously. These actually require a single brain cell before they didn't require any. All right. But what I'm saying is, arcs, if you can skip all the construction and taming and all those side stuff you could do on arc, if you skip all that by playing on an extreme server, uh, then you're basically left with a very bad Fortnite at its core. You end up with a terrible Fortnite. You end up with a system with mediocre shooting, mediocre building, just like I said, a terrible Fortnite. So, what are the options for playing Ark? One, you're either going to play it as, I don't know, Sim City or Raft or something, where you're basically building up a base and having fun building up a base, basically a single player or a co-op experience. Not bad, that's perfectly fine. Or you're going to play it like I guess what the PvP experience that they had essentially intended. But at that point, the game is just not good enough for that. So, I don't know. If you love Ark, I am not trying to disparage your game at all. Not at all. I believe if you enjoy a game, no one should be able to tell you that you shouldn't enjoy the game. I just feel like Ark conceptually doesn't make, yeah, it just doesn't make sense in PvP. you either grind it for so long that you don't want to lose it in PvP. It becomes one of those what are they uh what like Mortal Online. Honestly, your PC saved you. You should thank your PC for that. It was a perfectly good game, but it was not worth the hours that I personally put into it. Search through the different piles. Mr. Galileo, what pile should I search through? Weapon, armor, jewelry, or accessories? You arrive at some ruins full of piles of rubber and worn objects. It seems that this place was an old warehouse. After investigating a bit, you see 4 piles that might contain some object that is still in good condition. With some luck, you might find something really unique. You don't have time to remove the rubble and investigate all the piles, so you have to decide on which one. Weapons it is. Da 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 da. Hey, we succeeded! You found a truly ancient and unique object. The Holy Grail. I'm not sure if this technically is a weapon. This is more like a cup. But we found it. The Knights of Monty Hall have been searching for this cup for so long. But it was Krim, led by Galileo. So many broken items. All the items are destroyed. We're not a fire mage, so this is no good for us. Also, I'm a little bit scared of these guys in Madness. Uh, sorry, in this corruption, where they're basically stronger and more difficult. Let's see here. Let's just focus the frontliner. Bank. Sorry, that's not the correct noise that the hammer makes. It's not bank, it's bonk. You always gotta enunciate. Oh, nope, nope. Always hit first. Not gonna make that mistake for the 37th time. 35 times is enough. Spread that poison around. You get a poison, and you get a poison. Everybody gets a poison. Zap. Is there an event that breaks your items? One time I discovered everyone had broken items equipped, and I didn't know why. Why, yes, there is. Uh, it's the event. Let me see if there's any way. All right, so it's in the green area, the swamp area. Um, if you go a little bit to the right, my hair was like sticking out over here. Just notice that. Uh, but yes, if you go a little bit to the right, there's going to be a mafia gamble, and it tells you if you win the gamble, you win a whole bunch of good stuff. But if you lose the gamble, they will break all your stuff. And if let me just tell you a little bit of spoiler, if you win the gamble, you get an achievement. Earlier today in the stream, we had Pure Riddle talking about the gamble, and he was telling me how he also has gambled so many times and hasn't won once. Because you need, I believe, an 8 plus to succeed on the gamble. Mm-hmm. The worst part is that they break your stuff. Like, they're not even gaining anything from this. Can't you just steal it instead? I feel like that makes more sense to me. Like, they take your stuff. It's bull, but you know, at least they're benefiting from my stuff now. Go, my stuff. Be happy with your new leaders. More energy. Gotta pump that dolls up. Gotta fill him up with energy. I shed my tears for you. My Did you just heal your team? Sir, I did not give you permission to heal your team. I am currently busy trying to kill your team, and you're over here literally undermining my efforts to kill your team. That is rude. That is improper. This fat guy in my front is literally preventing me from doing proper damage. I'm at max energy because I drew no cards. My hair is spiking out again. Just everything's going wrong. Everything. It's awful. Hate it. Let's see here. I do want to complete the game. Shock Nova. So I have footage of basically everything for the YouTube video that I'm going to edit later. Get my energy back. Zippity zap. Probably going to start a new game so I can get a little bit of footage with some other characters as well. But since, once again, this is the first time I'm streaming, this is the first time I've gone live, the fact that I have over 10 viewers is massive, and I want to thank everyone who's watching. Thank you, Galino, as well, for being active in the chat. I really do appreciate it. I can only hope that, you know, future days and future streams will be as successful, and if not more successful than this one. It's very exciting stuff. 112 shock damage. Very nice. Deal damage equal to your half your thorns. Why not? That sounds like it can be fun. Repeat 6. So blast that random monster 7 times for 7 energy while applying 7 spark. Lucky 7s. Let's go. Let's go. Lucky 7s. Where are we going? The Sacred Forge. You encounter a white construct hitting an anvil with a hammer, and next to it you can see an inactive oddball. As you approach it, it says to you, "Fear not, I am a blacksmith who loves working with platinum. Right now I was trying to fix this oddball, but I lack another type of metal to fix its damaged state. I'm also very good at forging magical items, like this platinum ring here that you can keep. But if you give me some kind of rare material, I'll make you something even more impressive." Well, I have this random emerald I found. You can have it. He takes the emerald and starts forging a magic item. After a while, he gives you the finished magic staff and the platinum ring. Why, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's see. Reduce the cost of the highest cost spell in your hand by 3. And I just picked up that really beefy spell that costs 7. So this works. This is full Todd Howard levels of perfect. Thank you, Todd. Thank you.
I'm gonna skip the challenges so we can just go ahead and, essentially race to the end. Dude. Dealt 30 damage to my face. My face was not accepting of this 30 damage. And yet you did it anyways. It almost feels like you guys are getting vengeance for me being a murder hobo across the obelisk. For being a murder hobo across the obelisk. It just works. Alright, let's see here. I can gain some energy. I can gain some energy. I can gain some energy. Or I can poison dart for 1 damage. 1. That's how you know that this is a powerful hand. When your total damage is 1. But even so, we're going to take it. It is too fat. This deck is as thick as Breeze dice. What is this? 27 cards? 28, 32, 32, 27. I'm honestly disgusted with myself. Normally my decks are micro. They have 15 cards, maybe 20 if I have a lot of powerful boons, and that's it. 20 cards total. I'm over 30 on almost everyone. I'm disappointed in myself more than anyone. But it's okay. We're just gonna, I don't know, put up 80 barriers on everybody. Give this guy some more energy. Give Bree, what is this gonna be? 174 block. See, this is wow, did he just purge my defense? My shield? Oh wait, no, this the round hasn't ended yet. My bad. Alright. There we go. 178. Um well, this is like again what I was saying at basically the beginning of the stream, where it's very possible, very easy, I suppose, and later on, very normal for you to get extremely absurdly powerful. But very early on, it can be very daunting. So the new player experience, I feel, will end up with players feeling like they're very weak, and that's I don't know if like that's something that's very fixable or not. But it can be. I don't know. Maybe it's a little oppressive. I feel like it is, but it does provide progression, right? You will progressively feel more powerful because of these perks, but it also makes you feel like you were set up to fail because you didn't have these very mandatory perks. And really, the only way to get these very mandatory perks is by playing a whole bunch. Seriously, bro? One health, bro. Why you gotta do me like that? It's like you're dissing me right now. When you apply regeneration, deal damage to the highest monster. I only have a single card that does that, but it should be okay. Actually, no, I have two cards that does it. Never mind. And you know what? Nova for unstable power first. Always. Why am I so bad at this game? Ball, lightning. Goodbye, my friends. Goodbye. Well, they survived 5 zaps. That's exactly my point. Ooh, more ball lightning. So I don't know if that's good design or not. Like I lean towards that feeling like it's bad design. Like I have seen videos where um, people who are very skilled and knowledgeable of the game can perform well even with zero perks. I have seen it, so it's not like it's impossible. But I also know that they move around and act in very specific ways and get and basically maximize the very little that they have. So I feel like that is not something that you will ever be able to do as a brand new player. True. It is very true. It's not a unique problem to across the obelisk. What I do feel though that is unique to across the obelisk, and here's why it's gonna sound weird, because this is something that is good about across the obelisk, but it also emphasizes what I think is this problem. Yes. Roguelite is this is an annoying distinction because the it's only a single letter of difference, and it's very easy to pronounce the two terms almost the same. Roguelike with a K is the one where there's very little progression between your runs, right? You basically start from scratch always. And roguelites with a T is the one where there is progression between your runs. So as you do more and more runs, you naturally get stronger. Uh, this is the defined difference between the two. Some people try to say it means something different, but it's not supposed to, at least. Um, Let me take this quick turn here. Now, what was I saying about that across the obelisk specifically? And this is a feature that is good about across the obelisk, but because it has this feature, it makes the problem more pronounced. Is that the first thing you do in across the obelisk is that you go to town and you're given currency to purchase upgrades. You're given ways to get cards and equipment, um, and there's so much possibilities to what you can buy and how you can make yourself stronger. This is something good. This gives you so much possibilities in how to design your characters. However, for a brand new player to the game, this is something extremely overwhelming. You're presented with a huge number of options before you understand what those options are. And it can be a little daunting. And a lot of other roguelites are not like that. They will oftentimes just kind of like throw you into the action, allow you to get your feet wet, get some understanding of what's happening, and then they'll start presenting you the shop and stuff. After you've gotten a little bit used to it. Let's see, she's getting a turn. Oh, sure, now I get the ring. Okay. That's again me being misplaying. So, how would they fix this minor issue in across the obelisk? Would your very first time you played it just be kind of like a tutorial zone? Would you potentially skip the town the very, very first time you play the game? Maybe. The tutorial zone, also maybe. Um, they could potentially, the very, very first run you play, give you some type of damage reduction or buff or some kind, where a new person who's brand new to the game may not notice it. Though that comes with the issue of if you have a buff on your very first run and only your very first run, and you do fairly well in it, and then you play again and you don't do as well, and you're wondering to yourself, why didn't I do as well as the second time? And you can't figure it out. But basically, the game, at its essence, held its hand for you in the very first time you played. And I don't like that either. That feels like it'd be worse. It feels like the game's insulting me a little bit. Journal line. These guys are tough. The way I found the best way to kill these guys is to find one of them and kill them. Just pick one and kill them. Because if they are both acting, they can destroy your team. So I'm actually just going to try to take out the yellow guy first. The dawn, the sun, the daylight. Let's get a duplicate shock nova. Give some energy to Bree. Slow these guys down. Uh, Another tip for fighting these guys. No, I'm on easy, so I'm gonna be able to. I should be able to beat these guys, no problem. But if I was on more difficult mode, I probably would still win. Like I do acknowledge these guys are very strong. Uh, but a very good tip for fighting these guys is try to slow down one of them, but not both of them, so that they can spread out their turns a little bit. Uh, One of the big things that these two guys do is that one of them will buff the defense of both of them, and then the other one will essentially strike hard. So if you can stagger them out, you can essentially uh, make it so that this guy will buff the defense of both of them. Then you hit him, you hit both of them, break that defense bonus, and then the other one it's gonna hit for like a wet noodle. See, shield slam. If I had staggered them out, this guy would buff the defense. This guy would shield slam for 0. So yes, there is that also the whole 50% thing, but it is a little bit more than that. It's just because these guys actually do combo with each other, which is honestly very exciting design. Alright, so we're going to eviscerate. This applies vulnerable, so let's get some vulnerable sacks. Now, each time I hit this guy, he's going to blast my team, but it's okay. I'm gonna take the blasting. I'm just going to push through. Okay, that was a lot of blasting. Yeah, I think I'm just going to play all my cards. Can I play all the cards before I die? How much is this blasting for again? Alright. Wilbur is going to go before they are, so it should be fine. When I say push through, I mean it. Look at this. 12 health, 24 health. Ride or die. Here you go, Wilbur. We're gonna need you to have a little bit more energy, Wilbur. So I keep hitting him. Yes. Ride or die. Ow, stop it, please. I can't take any more. Die is coming up too fast. Alright. More energy for Wilbur. Alright. Do I? This will 100% kill Thul's. Alright, I'm not going to. Alright. Otis, everyone's on death's door. What can you do for us? Are you as a good of healer as I believe you to be? I'm gonna say yes. Yes. All counterattacks ignore Sanctify. So this doesn't just apply to like this. Like Bree has a counter card in her deck as well. Here we go, damage by others. This will not trigger this because basically ends up infinite. So damage by other effects only ever trigger essentially nothing. I don't have enough damage to finish this guy off, so I'm just gonna beat up the little guy in the back. I'll give it to yourself. You know what? I might have enough damage to finish this guy off. Let's find out. Does he die? He does die. There we go. Oh no, now I can't hit this guy. It's like I'm asking to. It's like I'm playing this the worst way possible. If I did it the other way around, it would have been fine. Something else. This only says when damaged by others, so if you hit his shield, you actually don't hurt him. Something else, something else. After this fight, you're healed back to full, so as long as you win, everything's fine. Give more energy to the healer. Oh, come on. I probably couldn't afford it anyways. Here you go. Put some rain on you. I mean, he's already dead. It's fine. I'm not gonna let... Oh, that's the split. Do you have an attack? Pulverize. Perfect. 57 damage. I'm not gonna let bleed kill him. I'm gonna kill him myself. The old-fashioned way. Bashing his head in. 9 cost. This is not worth 9 energy. Like, why does this spike up from 7 energy all the way to 9 energy? You don't even get much increase. 7 flat damage is not significant. Plus 1 spark is okay, but it's not that crazy. I'm also, that's another critique I want to make, in that I feel like a lot of the extremely high cost cards like this are just not well balanced. Like, this is probably twice as strong as this is, and this is the same card. So that would be a something that I want to see the developers correct. Basically, buff the effects of the extremely high cost cards. The Chalice of Kings. Man, you've had so many good things. Alright, Destiny. Reduce the cost of the highest cost card in your hand by 4. Ah, you already have the Emerald Staff. Oh, you know what? Your Eviscerates are so heavy, so it's gonna work well on you. When you play a defense card, you are playing a lot of defense cards. Reduce the cost of your high cost card by 2. Twice per turn. That sounds very nice. I'll take that. Let's see, what do you get? Maybe an endless bag? Probably not. You have no songs. Maybe you can... No, you need a... Yeah, so everything else is just funny. Alright, let's see. Let's go to the garden. I also feel like in this game, direct healing effects, cards that literally just say heal a guy, like heal. Heals in this game are extremely underpowered. They just don't actually heal for enough. You're much better off using the special feature of whatever healer you're using to make those heals worth it. Um, I don't know if that's something that necessarily needs to be fixed, but it is a little disappointing that you think, uh, I need healing, let me get a card that heals, and that's literally the worst possible thing you can do. Which, again, I feel like that doesn't make a ton of sense. Heal cards should be good at healing. damage cards should be good at damaging, etc. So when the general mode is just that healing cards just don't heal for enough, then it kind of ruins things a little bit, in my opinion. But to be fair, no game has perfect balance. At least I haven't found any yet. Something like League of Legends is literally balancing every single day or week, month, whatever. And they've been doing this for a decade now. And the game is still awkwardly balanced. And I want to say awkwardly, not badly. Because I don't think League of Legends is badly balanced. I think it's intentionally misbalanced so that the meta keeps changing. They know something's overpowered. They love it. They want things to be overpowered. And then next week, something different's going to be overpowered. And this constant change up on what's overpowered creates a vibrant gameplay experience. This week it's this, next week it's that. So I am okay with League of Legends being the balance of League of Legends basically bouncing all over the place. That's fine. So I'm also okay with this game, the overall balance not being perfect. But it still would be nice to see some minor fixes, especially involving extremely high cost cards. Recently in this game, they had a major update to it. They changed the balance on a huge number of effects and cards, stuff that a lot of people were saying were overpowered for a very long time. So it is excellent to see that they are still making balance changes to the game. Extremely overpowered comps, specifically utilizing the sharp effect, where it increases the flat damage deal by 1. Like, you can get this number to be extremely high very quickly. So they did go ahead and essentially do a sweeping nerf. Pretty much every card that applies sharp applies 1 less than before. I don't know if that's enough, but essentially, and we'll look at the leaderboards here. Scoreboards, single player. Okay, it doesn't show what they're using. But pretty much everybody in the top 100 or so we're all using the exact same build with the exact same characters, the exact same cards. It was the epitome of overpowered. And they nerfed it. And I appreciate it. Let's see here. Deal X. X equals your thorns. I currently have 100 thorns. So this deals 50 damage. I'll take it. Electrocute. Spend 5 energy, do a ton of damage, gain an energy. Just because we have that one equipment, the Emerald Staff, that reduces the cost of this card, I'm going to grab it. Demonic Tutor, very useful if we have expensive cards in our deck. We have a few, like Sanctuary. So, I'll go ahead and grab it. Barrage is better if we were doing a range attack build, but we're not. We're doing more of a melee attack build. Let's see, remove cards. Well, no, if I were to analyze each of my decks, I could probably find a couple of cards that should be removed. But, you know, we're close enough. So we're just going to speed along to the end. Who wants to eat the apple? The apple provides a damage buff, essentially. Probably going to give it a Wilbur. The Sacred Garden. You arrive at some ruins where the soil seems very fertile and many exotic plants that you have never seen before grow. Walking through the garden, you find some berries that seem edible, but what catches your attention is a large tree. As you approach, you see that on the tree there is a single golden apple that shines brightly. That is a lot of commas. As you approach, comma, you see that comma on the tree, comma. I feel like this one right here is not needed. You see that on the tree. Yeah, this comma is not needed. Whatever. You eat the apple. You notice how your mind expands. Your understanding of the current situation is clearer, and your doubts disappear. Da-da! You know what? We don't have time for this. Ain't nobody got time for no altar. We gotta go. We got to get to the ends. Let's see here. We've been streaming for 4 hours. We need to finish the game. We got to power slams these peoples. Oh, you're taking extra damage. Alright, let's see what we got here. Not a great hand. I feel like I've been saying not a great hand far too many times. It's almost as if these decks are not incredibly well made. Like, they can be improved upon with such lengths. Probably by cutting at least a third. I was going to say half, but I think if we cut a third of the cards, these decks would have been significantly more powerful. So we're going to probably Electrocute and Mana Surge. Electrocute takes out this guy. Mana Surge gives everybody an energy party. Oh, jeez. Excuse me. Let's see. Not the most exciting hand, but plenty of defenses to go around. Let's give our squishier people some percent damage reduction. That should be good enough. Celestial Toil. Am I going crazy? Or is this building in the background moving? Like, it's moving, right? Like, yeah, there we go. I had it aligned to the mouse pointer, and it's definitely like swaying to the left. I have never noticed that this building in the background is swaying slightly. The fact that they took the time to make that building sway is mind-blowing for me. It is actually fantastic. They did not need to spend time making this building in the background sway ever so slightly. You can just barely tell that it's moving. They didn't need to do this. It would have looked just fine with it being static. I love it. Alright, let's see who gets the bonks. I'm gonna give you the bonks. But first, let's give you the bonks. That makes... Oh, it's not enough still. That's fine. More bonks. I feel like I could have played that in a different order and gotten a little bit more out of that turn. But why does it matter?
when you're just about to drop the ball lightning on them. That first. Keep zapping. Keep zapping. Oh, he lived. I was not expecting this. If I was, I would have used Twin Squirrels to give a copy of Ball Lightning to Otis. No, thank you. No, actually, it's close, but I'm gonna say no. Meditate, always 100%, 1000%. We're not doing a busted poison build. But maybe I should have grabbed it. That's the one thing you can't do is rewind a card pick. Let's see here. The moment of truth. And if anyone wants to suggest which one I click, just go ahead and let me know now. You reach the inner sanctum of the obelisk, but it is too late. Any ritual that has been performed here is already over. After a quick glance around the room, you can see that the body of the princess behind the altar. It seems she is alive. Then, your eyes focus on the shadowy figure in front of the altar. It is Lord Handshake. The brooch on his neck glows brightly, and a dark energy emanates from it. He looks at you and gives you a sinister smile. The moment of truth has come. Let's see here. You were the one who activated Sinithia's obelisk, corrupting the forest and my friend Yilmer. I only kill for work, but this time I'm going to enjoy it. What an interesting place. Can you explain what ritual you did to document it? I can feel the gem you wearing is bad news. You should get rid of it. Okay. See, this is why they don't pay me the big bucks to do voice acting. It's because I'm bad at it. So bad at it. Yilmer? You mean that old tree in the Sinithia forest? That poor tree was already in a deep sleep and half dead when I passed by. Activating the obelisk was a necessary means to reach the void and complete my objectives. The corruption coming out of him that you saw in the forest will also gradually take over all the realms. Rest assured, you won't be here to see it. It is Lord Handshake, Lord Handshake. Lord Handshake is we're fighting. Push forward, team. Go before him. All the buffs. This is not a good use of this card. So I'm just not going to use it. It's disappointing that I got this so early. Alright, let's see here. Ooh, exposed armor. I love it. Getting those vulnerable stacks nice and high right at the beginning. Best thing you can do. Not having invisibility to use ambush. Best thing you can do. Yep. Well, that's a fair chunk of poison. And, bleed. Got that ball lightning, got that Tesla coil, got that circuit overload. Alright. I'm going to start with the circuit. Don't have any ways to apply wets. So I think just going ahead and opening up the... Wait, no. Tesla coil first, I believe. Give energy to yourself, because you're going to spend most of your energy right now. Applying zaps to increase his spark charges to reduce his lightning resistance. And actually, if I use ball lightning, I can't use Tome of Intellect, and I think I prefer using Tome of Intellect. Not ball lightning. Tome of Intellect is fantastic. Maybe I should have gone with it, but I don't regret that I didn't. Give it to the front line, it's fine. Alright, Mr. Handshekarino with your 666 health clones. I have no idea where you got that random number from or what it could be referencing. Oh, nice. Repetition training to get my ground slam back. Actually, I can get Siege Breaker back instead. Is this front monster? It is. Alright. Ground slam it is. Piercing how to get them all vulnerable. The big boss is already pretty much maxed out, so let's just choose this random dude. Probably gonna, let's see, 6 energy? Yeah, we can afford everything. This doesn't consume my thorns, so we're absolutely gonna use this. Get my energy back. This is not gonna be a fast win. I have had wins where I pretty much killed them in the first round. These decks are not made well enough for that. Find weakness first is optimal. Let's go ahead and put on this guy in the front. Lay dance. Oh, there goes all the poison stacks. That's obnoxious. Oh man, look at this guy healing for 300. That's so rude. Alright. Ooh, another ball lightning. My favorite. Always get your powerful stacks first. We're gonna twin scrolls this ball lightning into Otis's deck so he can also use it. Evocation Zap. Should have probably done this first. Everybody gets zapped tonight. Except for you. You don't get a zap. You're not cool enough to be zapped. Can you afford everything? Almost. Good enough for me. We're gonna hit the Prayer Protection and Ball Lightning again. Zippity zappa, zappity zip. Just keep giving her more and more health. She's at 460 health already. That's a perfectly normal amount of health to have. So I don't like that reduced my thorns on her specifically, but I know that these guys like to purge a lot, and the thorns was basically next up on the purging list. So if I didn't do it, I'm pretty sure that thorns would have just been purged completely. So that's why I did that. So basically, pros and cons. Ah yes, once again, my hand is not that good. It's almost as if my deck is not that good. Nah, that'd be crazy. Ooh, a sawtooth knife. Alright, what you got for us, Mr. Zap? Is it ball lightning? I really hope it is. Ball lightning! What are the chances? This is the first time I'd ever used this attack known as ball lightning. Zap, 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 zap. I don't know what it is about. Oh, there goes my pets. I was slightly too slow. It, like the dumbest part is look, he's dead. If he did the kill the pet things as his last card instead of his first card, I would have still had my pets. Also, minor spoilers. Your pet dies. So, if you had developed a close and loving relationship with your pet, it's dead now. Another of my favorite features of this game. Look, you can see it. You see the tombstone? Like they went out of their way to make a tombstone that follows you into battle. So you can be forever reminded that they're gone. Stormy is gone. Orby, Leanti, the other Leanti that we found. Champy, I think she's had, maybe. I don't know, I'm forgetting who you had. It's like the last thing you would have expected to happen. It almost feels like the developer just wanted to be mean. So I don't know if you've played this on while it was still in early access, but when this guy was initially released, he had 9,999 health. This battle was insanely easy because his damage was awful. He basically did no damage. But he had 9,999 health. He had double how much health he had. So this fight took forever and it was just pointless. Like it felt like the game was actively wasting your time because he did no damage and he was just a fat sack of health. I petitioned the developers and maybe they heard my suggestion or just a suggestion of the community in general. Both are fine. But I basically begged the developers, at least in Zero Madness, to lower this guy's health. It is way too high. He takes way too long. The decks are not expected to be as good. Once you're in High Madness, yeah, give him even more health than 10,000. That's fine. But in basic mode, please, we have other stuff to do. We we just want the experience. Just let the game end, please. Am I imagining it, or does this guy holding this other guy, so Arcana here holding Lord Handshake's head in that way, kind of makes it look like that's his hair. Lord Handshake's hair, I mean. I mean, it looks good. It looks like very heavy metal. I just want you to hear the music a little bit longer. So this game does actually have very good music. And I do want to apologize that the music has been turned off. It's a personal thing. I just don't trust. I've heard way too many horror stories of Basically, everyone getting demonetized because of the music issues. Not that I'm monetized at the moment, just I don't want my channel deleted because there was like a 3 second audio clip because of some song. 61 stacks of poison because of Bree. Bree has now done more poison damage than Mr. Poison Specialist. Oh no, Lord Handshake is back. Whatever will we do? So this fight features a very interesting Doom mechanic. And when it ticks down at the end of your turn, and when it reaches 0, you die. It's, meant to kind of like keep the flow going, kind of like make you waste your cards, make you take some damage, make you apply slow to yourself. And you can use this card to increase that Doom stack by 2. So if I use this on her, her 4 will go to 6. Or you can just ignore it. Just make sure you kill him within 4 or 5 rounds and you're fine. It's how the kids would say, get to goodigus, son. If you don't do enough DPS to kill this guy in 4 rounds, do you actually deserve to kill him? Like, reflect on yourself and answer that question. Oh man, just slightly under. Oh, but he's still dying, so it's fine. Wow, that's gross. Not a good hand at all. Alright, Sunbeam. Sunbeam! Or you can do it like me and duplicate the Doom cards by mistake to make it more interesting. Oh man, I have done that. So there is a artifact in this game called the Mirror of Mirrorness. No. Here we go. Mirror of Cassandra. When you play a card, put a copy of it into your hand. And I have done that before, where I have this item, and I just keep making more and more and more copies of the Doom until, I'm overwhelmed. There's just too many of them. And Lord Handshake, can you please get out of my way? I'm trying to kill the important guy behind you. Sir, please. I'm trying to initiate some Bonk City over here. And then all you're drawing is Doom. Doom, Doom, Doom. Doom. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Lightning? Lightning? What? How do you not draw ball lightning? Alright. Wilbur, I'm just gonna say it. I'm not mad. I'm disappointed. You had all the opportunities to draw ball lightning, and you just chose not to. Honestly sad. Honestly sad. Oh man, we're taking down to 2. We're running out of time here. Down to 1. I'm just gonna let it die. If I don't kill him by the time this ticks to zero, that's my fault. That L is on me. Let's see, give you the energy. I have so much energy. Everyone is like at max. And there's nothing to spend it on. What is happening? Look at this hand. Oh my god. Everyone is down to half. Sorry, everyone is down to a single doom stack. And this guy still has half his health left. So unsurprisingly, our healer is not going to be a source of tremendous amounts of DPS this round. I know, it's shocking. We's are gonna die. Alright, Bree. This is your final chance to do something. This is make it or break it time. You have all the energy in the world. There is no more excuse. So what do you got for us, Bree? 137 damage? Not bad, not bad. Can you do it again? Ooh, I can Titanfall instead. How much health do I have? 600? Yeah, let's do that instead. Titanfall. 800 damage. That's not bad. That's not bad at all, Bree. You are still going to die. But dealing 800 damage before you died is respectable. Are you going to be the only one that dies because, what's his name? Tholes is going to actually do a good job and finish him off. Let's find out together. It looks like yes. Tholes will indeed be able to finish him off. So it makes me wonder if Bree really, really needed to die. Or if that was just me being a bad player. The world may never know. The history books do not care enough about this to document it. Congratulations, you have completed the game on easy difficulty. You have unlocked madness levels, or the proper difficulty of the game. Now you will be able to increase the difficulty of the game and adapt it to your preference, such as having random enemies in every fight. Also, new corrupted items. The fact that they needed to list this specifically, such as having random enemies in every fight, makes me feel like that was such a demanded feature that they went out of their way, like this was required. Also, new corrupted items appear in the madness levels. These items are much more powerful versions of the normal items. Each level of difficulty increases the probability of these items and corrupted cards appearing. We hope you enjoyed the game. There is still much more to come. Sincerely, Adam, Javier, and Juanjo. I thought this was a two-man team, not a three-man team, so my bad. Also, they forgot the Oxford comma here, unless Javier and Juanjo was a single person. Maybe it is. Who knows? Oh, I unlocked new cards. That's actually surprising. I thought I unlocked every weapon already, but happy to see a new unlock. And there's a final score of 10,000. This would be 10,000 experience. As you can see here, it takes about 95,000 experience to reach max level. So completing the game once, you would basically be about a tenth of the way to max level. If you play with additional madness levels, you can potentially, gain enough madness experience to go from level 1 to max if you do a perfect run. I feel like that would be difficult, but I feel like it is technically possible. We will not be attempting that today. We are at basically a 5 hour, technically 6 hours, because I'm streaming for 5 hours straight now, but I streamed for an hour earlier before this stream. You lost 100 points from Bree. Oh my gosh. I'm a fan. Bree, why you gotta betray me like this? Sorry. But yes, I have been streaming now for 6 hours. My throat is killing me. I did not realize that talking for 6 hours straight would hurt this bad. This is once again the first time I'm streaming. Thank you for everyone who came to my first stream. Galinho, thank you so much for chatting with me the whole time. I hope you will show up again. Do the whole follow and subscribe thing, whatever it is that you may know the next time I'm streaming. Thank you, Techno Tacos, for following as well. Thank you, everybody. I'm excited for the future. I will now have to learn how to edit this videos down to a reasonable YouTube video. And I hope you guys all an excellent night. Thank you once again.